maybe not. Hang on. You know what? Now it says we're going live. Who the fuck knows, Jeff? Now tell me what it says. Tell me what it says now, Jeffrey.
It just looks like my face again right now.
Okay,
like,
give it a minute.
Right,
give it a minute. God
damn. All right. It's all the Steam games.
I know.
Welcome to Kermit's.
What the fuck? I guess we got to do that. We got to do that whole thing again. Okay, so it says we are live. We're live. Come on now. It says we're live. Jeff, we got it.
There we go.
All right.
Beautiful.
So we already did the stream. Sorry, fellas, but that was a good warm up. So, all right. Well, here's the deal. We just did like a 5-minute intro. I got to do it again, Jeff. I'm sorry. Can you wait?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Jeff's like, yeah, bitch, I've been doing this shit forever. I know there's technical difficulties. Okay, so let me get the intro going, and we will kick this off again as the pros were supposed to be. Well, Jeff is a pro. I'm just fucking faking it. Here we go. 1 second, fellas.
Tell people to control F5 is all I heard.
So, Jeff, you're able to see the chat now, right? So you can see people's comments if you want?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, there we go, fellas. I apologize about the false start there. That is, well, let's see. That is Circus in the Sea. That is one of our God of War tier members who is basically the lyricist. He writes the music, and he also does the keyboard in that band. I just put their Bandcamp link right there on the chat. Also, real quick before we get to good Sir Jeffrey, there he is. There's Jeff now. You can see him. But before we really get into it, this is another one of our members I want to turn you on to. This is Day One Patch Kids. This is our God Award Chair member right now who creates these amazing images that are based on video games merged with the Cabbage Patch Kids, and he puts them on t-shirts and stickers and mugs and all that stuff. I will put his link in the chat right now. When you get a moment, go on over there and check out both of these good folks, because A, they make the stream that you're watching right now possible, and more important than that, they're talented motherfuckers, and that ain't no small thing. So with that said and done, which I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you, guys. This is good Sir Jeffrey. Jeff Ross. Jeff Ross. Somebody in the chat says, Jeff, that you look like Jeff Bridges. Do you ever get that?
Never ever, but great. I love him.
What do you get a lot? I think you kind, because the beard, you've got sort of a Rasputin vibe going. But who do you get?
This is funny. You guys aren't going to believe it, but Kratos. I get Kratos a lot. I get.
Okay.
Yeah, I get, which is weird.
Well, I think
that's the only celebrity people kind of compare me to.
People have actually walked up to you and said you look like Kratos?
They've said it over chat or over video.
You've said to your wife, call me Kratos. I think it's more of that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. That would be an internalization of the role. But thanks. Kratos, Jeff Bridges, I'll take that, though, too. He's a handsome bastard.
I know. You're lucky. I get Rick Moranis. So, good for you, sir.
That's good. I was thinking Papa Hemingway with the grays here.
This is getting so. I just don't care anymore. I don't know how old you are. I'll be 50 in a couple of days, and apathy has set in, and I'm enjoying the fuck out of apathy. It's a joy.
Dude, I turned 50 last year, and I wish I could be apathetic about it, but I just look. I'm like, where was I 20 years ago? Well, in 20 more, in that amount of time, I'm going to be 70.
Oh yeah, that is weird. That is weird. But I think there is a sense of you just don't. At least for me, I've never cared that much, and now I really don't. So look, here's what we're going to do, folks. Jeff. Oh God. I got to turn that down. Jeff and I we don't know each other that well. We just really kind of met today. We both were at Sony for a very long time. But he is and was in Oregon, and I've been all up and down Southern California. And so there's a lot of crazy news going on with PlayStation right now and with the video game business in general. If you don't know Jeff, hopefully what I said to him is if he has a good time today, he's going to come back and we're going to talk his actual career. This motherfucker, I didn't know you did Dark Watch. What did you do on Dark Watch? Just real quick, because that game, if any IP ever deserved to be, resurrected, it's that thing. That thing was amazing. What was your role on that?
So I went to Sammy. I was actually working on game number 2 that kind of got rolled into Dark Watch. And so I developed a lot of the shared core tech, so AI, scripting systems. But near the end of Dark Watch, I was the last designer who wasn't on it. And the company had promised Sony, because PlayStation 2 was king at the time, that we would have multiplayer for PlayStation and for Xbox. Well, they only developed it for the Xbox. And then when Sony found out, because it was easier, when Sony found out, they were pissed, and they're like, no, you're not coming out on our hardware unless there's something special or unique about it. So they pulled me in and they basically said, let's just do Halo co-op for this game. And this game was mostly done. And they're like, but we just need the bare minimum. We just need to create the regular levels. We don't need boss fights or vehicle levels or any of that stuff. But me and a group of engineers, we went off and figured out how to kind of divine a population scripting code plan that would basically allow the whole game to be co-op playable, split screen on the PlayStation, and we did it in 2 months, which was really, really cool.
Okay,
yeah. Well, so
those were the days.
Those were the days. That was 10% of the development time. Probably.
Single track when we did Twisted Metal 1, an engineer actually came in over the weekend and said, "Yeah, maybe I'll put in split screen multiplayer." The whole game lives on its multiplayer for the most part, and it wasn't even in the design document. It wasn't. And we were deep into alpha, and he's like, "Oh, hey, that was fun." We're like, are you nuts? This is the best thing ever. So but these days, no, not at all. So we're going to talk about that down the road, hopefully, but most of today is going to be talking about Days Gone 2, the state of Sony, the state of the business within reason. I'm going to ask whatever Jeff has said, ask whatever you want. I'm not a moron. I'm not a moron either, but Jeff's certainly not a moron. The guy's a working creator. He's not going to burn bridges, and I wouldn't want him to, and he certainly doesn't want to. But at the same time, I think we both recognize there's a lot of interest out there about what's happening in the world of games. So we're about to get started with that. I just want to let you know the super chats, which I appreciate, I will get to in due time. Absolute worst case, with those super chats, if it turns out that we can't get to them all today, what I will do is I will bug Jeff to let me call him offline and just get some of the answers for you guys. And then I will make a video. But I'm hoping we will have time to get to those. Also, finally, if you want to call in and be on the Discord, Jeff is going to take your questions. So join the Discord. The links, the mods, we have Rob modding, and we also, I think, have Rathy modding at the moment, and they will put the link in there and you can join and then put yourself into the Last of Us 2 room, and I will bring you on at the proper time. Okay, so let us begin. Jeff, good sir Jeff, have you read, let's start with this, have you read the Jason Schreier article that is causing sort of the brouhaha that you are kind of at the heart of it, or at least one of the key players at the heart of?
Yes, I have. I read it. I got a lot of buzz about it before, and I expected it to actually be much more controversial.
I did as well,
based on the buzz. So, I read it. It's not really about Ben's studio. I think we got a paragraph. So, but I think that those players were part of our dynamic for years as well. So I've got adjacent knowledge of things that have gone down.
Okay, so you're no longer at Ben. Let me just be clear on this because the credits are a little confusing. You and John were the co-directors of Days Gone, or were you the writer designer and he was the director? Like, what was the work balance on that?
So he was the creative director. I was the game director. The project didn't start like that. The project started with basically two lead designers on it. And when the studio went through when we adopted Unreal, we basically we kind of had to throw away all of our tools. And so the art team won. The art team had like a beautiful tool set. They were creating stuff from scratch. But there was like a 2-year period where design, we weren't getting anything done because of technology systems weren't online, and we're trying to learn the new engine. And it was a kind of a maybe a crisis moment for the studio, but they recognized that they needed some kind of like a modern makeup for how to run a design team, especially one that was going to grow. So all I wanted was I just wanted a promotion, because I wanted more money. I felt I'd been there for a while, and I was, we were arguing, and then also they're like, okay, you're promoted to design manager and game director. Like, whoa, it's not what I was asking for, but I can't say no, and so I accepted it about 2 years in, and then became game director. And at that point, Garvin and I were theoretically equals, but he'd been the creative director for, so long already, and laid so much of a foundation, that it was a, 60-40 at best. Probably maybe even more 70-30. Near the end of the game, it probably flipped, that ratio if it was kind of like driving the action. But that was my role, was game director with an asterisk.
Was there more, like, I know, like if you look at like Neil Druckmann and Bruce Straley, or I think it's Straley, it was clear one guy, Neil was more on narrative and storytelling, and Bruce was on game mechanics and game systems. What were you more focused on in Days Gone? Like, what was your...
Well, that was actually probably a pretty good description of what the split was. And it's not a hard line, so,
right.
Garvin had influence on a lot of it. Yeah, exactly. So we both had influence on one another, and just to kind of get some synergies going, and just because we couldn't not interfere. Lanes or something we didn't understand.
Okay, understood. Okay. By the way, is the volume, can you guys hear me? People are saying my volume is low. My mic is turned all the way up, so I'm trying to figure out why you guys can't hear me. You guys can hear Jeff pretty good, though. Not a problem with Jeff. All right, I'll talk a little louder. I apologize about that. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay, so... I'm just trying to see if they can hear. 1 second. Okay, so with Days Gone, okay, I'm just going to jump all over because I haven't finished Days Gone yet. Days Gone, there was a sequel that the article talks about that you guys were working on, or that Ben was working on. Now, I'm trying to get the timeline right here because my understanding is the sequel, at least from an engine development standpoint, was in production, and Sony does this a lot. We did this with our shit too. They'll look at it and say, we think we're going to want a sequel. There was work happening even before you shipped. I mean, there was an assumption of a sequel. Is that a correct read of?
Yeah. I mean, I think every developer does that, right?
Yeah,
You know,
that's right.
unless you're completely working for hire. But yeah, you know, when you're making tough decisions in the first game, you're like, okay, the sequel, this thing we can't get to it this time, but
Right.
you know, the silver lining is we'll do it in the next one.
Right.
So yeah, I think every developer thinks that way.
Okay, so you were there for the first game to ship, and you saw the critical reception, and you were working on the sequel, and then at some point you left. That's a correct read, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the first game first. You know, the first game is weird because it came out, and the beginning, the public perception was it's kind of the weakest link in Sony's first-party chain. I certainly think if you look at Metacritic, I'm not in terms of, I mean, in terms of the big, you guys are one of the big. Certainly, like, Drawn to Death is probably the weakest link in, you know, Sony's first-party chain. You know, but then this sort of different narrative started to take hold, which was, hey, you know, it's selling really well, surprising to me, in Japan. Okay, I got to turn that fucking shit off. I appreciate all the super chats, you guys, and I will get to them. Let me just kill it. It's the audio, though. It's selling really well in Japan. At least that was sort of the word. I don't know if that is correct or not. But then it started to sort of get fans that were online saying, hey, no, this is actually really cool. This is really good. And it did go on to be a profitable game for Sony. That's correct, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts? I mean, you know, there's a narrative out in the world that says that the woke journalists, the social justice, I don't know if you're even familiar with this, but there were people who kind of dinged the game on technical issues or dinged the game on the repetitive nature or whatnot. Now, this is not me, by the way. I'm really enjoying it. I want to talk to you about my experience with it in a minute. But there was that side of the critical nature of Days Gone. But then there was also this sense of, you know, it's not... There were some journalists that called out aspects of it, whether or not it was like Deacon, you know, selling someone into slavery at a slave camp. I think it was Cooper's slave camp or what have you.
Tucker,
yeah. What were the two guys? One's Tucker, one's Cooper, right?
Copeland.
Okay.
So close. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, and then there was also the line of like, you know, ride me as much as you ride your bike and all this stuff. And I was like going, you know, when I'm playing the game, I'm just going to fucking say this. I know this sounds stupid, but there is a masculinity present in Days Gone. And I don't mean necessarily misogynistic, because there's not. That's two different things. But there is Days Gone feels like a more masculine alpha game than even God of War and then even Last of Us. And I don't know how conscious that is on the part of you as a director, but there's something about playing Deacon that feels more... It's like it's not as concerned about feelings and emotions. That's in there. And he's obviously worried about Sarah and all that stuff. And he's worried about his friend, Boozer, is it? Boozer? Yeah. But it doesn't... It feels more traditional male. Is that dumb for me to say, or is that conscious? Do you recognize that, and do you think that actually hurt with some critics? That's one of the reasons the critics didn't like it.
Yeah, well, it definitely hurt with critics for sure. There were a couple that called that out, the toxic masculinity, the privileged white male, or something like that. And this is something you should get into with Garvin. He will come at you with all kinds of evidence to contradict that. I think that the game starts with this sense of masculinity because it's two guys working alone, kind of like not trying to be part of any community. As the game goes on, I mean, I think Deacon goes, perception of Deacon improves. And we had data, as a matter of fact, all kinds of marketing and telemetry and analysis data that said people who wound up finishing the game basically had completely different feelings about everything than people who would dabble or play to a certain point and not get to appreciate these full arcs. So, it doesn't it's not toxic, toxically masculine. It's just guys being guys because that's what they are, but then softening over time. So I think that there's evidence for somebody to say that, but it's not the full story.
Okay.
And so it was a little unfair. But, that's kind of the, when you're making a game about bikers, guys, bikers who survived in the apocalypse, they're going to have traces of whatever kind of alpha, hyper masculinity and testosterone driven behavior and thoughts as possible. But they're not frat boys. They're not, not hoorah jarheads or anything. They're just two guys trying to figure out what their identities mean in this new world.
Yeah, there is, and I haven't put the time in, and maybe, I was an English major, maybe I do have the intellect, but there's something fascinating to me, and maybe it's just a me thing, about Kratos and Deacon and Nathan Drake and Joel. There's something going on with the male characters in the Sony, holy quad of AAA games where I need to dig into that, because there's something about Deacon that stands out and feels refreshing. Even though I love Kratos, I think Joel's great. I don't mind they killed him. I thought it was a great story point, but that on your part wasn't conscious. You guys were just writing the story. It was just like, we're not trying to make a counter to Joel or The Last of Us, because there are those similarities. Was that ever a concern? Did Naughty Dog ever come forward and say, guys, what are you doing? I know you're calling them freakers, but we're calling them clickers, but are you shitting me? I mean, they're not similar games, but they're very similar in intellectual property, 30,000 foot view.
Oh, for sure. And when you look at Deacon as a brunette man pushing 40, with a beard, the Joel comparisons, they weren't deliberate, but at a certain point, even I'm like, oh, these are similar, but we weren't getting the heat from Naughty Dog from above, and we shared a producing team as well. So any of these concerns weren't making it back to us. I think at one point we just gave them the courtesy of showing our first E3 demo, just because. But it's not like we had notes or anything to change for it. But we were a little mindful, but it was not deliberate. There are a lot of things, like game design to me is about solving problems. Yeah. And when you're when you're doing the math on similar issues, you're going to wind up with the same answer. So, things like detective, our detective mode, the survival hunting tracking mode, was a lot like Horizon, but it was in development before we ever saw it in Horizon. But they're solving the same problems we were, but just kind of running it through the lens of their IP, and that's what we did. So, we just made all these choices and then wound up looking like a lot of other things. There's some things where we deliberately drew from other games just to kind of have a foundation early on to talk about. Okay. But all of these things that you're talking about, they're superficial at least, but they weren't on purpose. Yeah, they definitely weren't on purpose.
Okay. But you guys think you and Garvin think the sort of the you guys weren't woke enough wasn't a fair assessment of your game.
Oh, it's absolutely not fair. Okay. If you keep playing, and again, this is something I'll save the topic for Garvin, but we've got a pretty diverse cast. Even in the main cast, there's plenty of women and races and ethnicities represented. That, but definitely if you're going off the first episode of the game, first 10 hours, it's two white dudes. Kind of doing two white guys on their bikes and trying to be tough, for sure. And so a lot of that stuff just wasn't there for people who didn't make it to see it.
Okay. The last thing I'll say about that, I'm just curious. There were even people complaining that the guy had a code like, I'm not going to shoot women who aren't armed, and they were taking that like it was negative. And I am a very progressive guy. I consider myself a feminist, but I'm constantly surprised in a positive way that I still can have ideas that when they really are explained to me, it's like, oh shit, this shit's insidious. I didn't realize, that was a sort of misogynistic way of looking at the world. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. But sometimes I'm just like, what? He doesn't want to shoot women who aren't a threat to him. And even that was called out. So I don't want to belabor the point. I was just the reason I'm even asking is because a lot of people cite the Metacritic and say, oh, it's a 71, and that's why Sony didn't get behind it. Because people are like, well, it was profitable. And maybe that leads to a bigger question that people are asking about Sony and just the industry in general, which is, as the games get more expensive, and I don't know the budget of Days Gone, I do know the budget of some of the other games, that if you include everything, you're getting north to say 200 million doesn't shock people anymore. Like in term, so I don't know what you guys spent. It's none of my business, but I'd certainly like to know if you want to say. But the point is, as you start spending more and more, there was that time in the industry, like you came up, like I did at the heyday of AA, like games, and I did really well. Like I found my niche, I found my audience there. I don't think I've ever been able to really connect at the AAA level like you guys have with Days Gone. But it almost seems now, when you look at what at least optically might be happening with Sony, AAA doesn't even have a place, because I get that Days Gone, it was y'all's first crack at a game this scope, this open world thing. It's still good. It's still profitable. It still has a very rabid, passionate fan base that is upset that there is no Days Gone 2. You would think that would be, in the past, people would look at that and say, that's a great stepping stone to build a franchise. And for some reason, Sony's like, no, we're not moving forward. We've invested money in Days Gone 2, but we're not moving forward. What was it because of the 71? Was it because Sony just looked at it and said, the costs are so great now that unless you are in that stratified rare air of 90 plus, it doesn't make sense to spend $180 million plus on a sequel? I mean, what do you think the logic was behind saying we're out of the Days Gone business?
Okay, so first of all, I won't confirm the status of Days Gone 2. I don't think that that's clear to the public. I'm not going to.
Well, okay,
the
let's just, the article says let me tell you what the article says, which I know you know, but for the sake of the audience says that Ben was working on Days Gone 2. Days Gone 2, as we know, you guys were working on it. It was beyond a pitch level. And then they said, we want you guys to work on something else, which I think the article mentioned, which was an Uncharted game. And then they're saying a multiplayer game with Naughty Dog, and then they're saying there's a new IP. So it's kind of, the article's vague. I know stuff and you know stuff, and I'll let you direct what we can talk about, but the assumption is right now Days Gone 2 is not going forward. You're saying that is not confirmed.
I don't think it's publicly confirmed what the status of it is. So that's one of the things where, I don't want to be the guy to be the official source for whatever that is.
Okay.
So now to answer your question though, in that context, I will just say that the calculus for Sony at this point is, when a game like Days Gone started, we were 45 people. We were walking around saying, how can we build an open world game with 45 people? And well, the answer was we grew. We changed our number from 45 to something like 100, 120.
Right.
So there was a starting budget for Days Gone, which was big. And that's not where we ended. We ended at a much higher number. And I think that, that number is probably the starting point for the next one. And right, Sony with these big AAA quadruple A games now that they're making, it's just they're not cheap games. The first Syphon Filter I think was $1 or $2 million. The second one was definitely $2 million because we did it in a year. And so it's like the return on investment for those is great.
Yeah. For
games where you have to sell 4 or 5 million copies just to break even, you really got to
on one hardware system too. You're not
exactly right. Yeah. Although that could be changing in the future, which is a nice trend. But so I just think that there's got to be a confidence in the return, because Sony doesn't have the cash that Microsoft does, and they've got to use it very intelligently, and they've got to kind of stay focused on a diverse portfolio.
Right. But will you say the article was accurate, or you can't say that because maybe it was partially accurate but not entirely accurate?
Well, there are things in there that it's amazing the information that he had. That's for sure, right? So again, I just don't want to comment on the status of it because Sony hasn't officially announced it. Like, I know how many units we sold, but for some reason Sony doesn't want to announce that. So I feel like those things are still, and it's not. If I wasn't bound by an NDA, I don't know, but I'm bound by an NDA. And those are the things that I'm not allowed to talk about.
I never had, the funniest fucking thing about Sony is all these, maybe I just got out right. I never had to sign an NDA ever.
I think it was well, they got us now, maybe because of you.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry, fellas. Okay. So Okay, so let's stay with Days Gone for a minute. So, because here's what I'm curious about. So, Days Gone is part of the PlayStation Plus collection that you get if you have a PS5. I don't know when you left Bend, and what I've been fascinated by is, like, I think Days Gone is really fun, right? I don't know if I'm going to stick through the entire thing because I hear it's very long, but I hear it's very fun. I think it's very fun. I hear it's very long. I think a game like that is review proof, right? Like Outriders, which just came out this week. It's got mixed reviews, but it's free on Game Pass. I played it. I'm really enjoying it. The shooting is great. I don't know if I'll play it like Destiny numbers, but it was really fucking fun, right? Do you know how it's done since it's been sort of free or as a subscription game, or you're not privy to that given that you left before maybe that launch? Because I'd be curious if it was able to kind of push back against that 71 when people actually had it for free and said, wait a minute, this doesn't feel like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, the best I have is anecdotal, just from me looking at my confirmation bias sites on the internet,
Right.
Reddit and Twitter and the Facebook groups have actually been really awesome toward the game. It's one of those things where this was the first game we released in the modern internet era, where social was so dominant, and so it was actually pretty scary. And there's haters out there, but in general, I've had to block very few people. I had to kind of walk away from very few conversations. So that was like that made up for the critical reception. But unfortunately, it's a bell that's not rung as loud as the Metacritic headline,
right.
The Metacritic score. So basically, I left about a month after it came out on PlayStation Plus, so I didn't have any fresh data. But there was a big uptick. It was one of the 3 most played the first week, and then I stopped seeing data. But it has people enjoying it at 60 frames per second. A lot of the tweets at me are things like, "Dude, you guys really made this game better. You added a lot to it." And the reality is, we fixed bugs, and it runs at a steady frame rate, and it has the hardware rendering, the 4K rendering. So it's the same game, but it's just the best. It was the best platform for it to shine for performance reasons. Yeah,
and I think people are willing to give it a chance because they didn't have the barrier of the $60, and maybe because that's what I'm wondering. If the rumors are true and Sony stepped in and said we're not making Days Gone anymore, I don't know if there's I know it's not the Snyder cut, but I know there's a lot of people out there that I've seen on social media saying save Days Gone. I don't know if suddenly, because it is more available to play with no barrier of entry, maybe Sony will see those numbers and see the uptick and go, this could be compelling. I mean, I don't know. Let me ask you this. So you're there, you're coming off. I mean, did you feel Days Gone was a success?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, Days Gone has sold more copies than every game the studio has ever made combined. So okay. It's successful in that way. It's successful in the community and the player response. But the critics, that was the Normandy beach,
right?
And it was a bloodbath.
Okay, but you feel good about it.
Yeah, I'm super proud of it. I mean, and the caveat is, I know as well as anybody else what all the flaws are in the game, and it's not a perfect title. But it was the first entry in a series, and you always know that the first one is establishing that beachhead, and then it's a platform to which you're going to kind of build on top of and improve and double down on the right things. So I'm really proud of it, but I'm not blind to its issues.
Why then? I mean, okay, so I'm gonna fucking just go with things, and you tell me if I'm out of line. But my understanding, so you were partnered with John on this game, the first game. And at some point, John left, and John left before you left. I think there was a good gap of X months. I mean, it wasn't years, but it was meaningful amount of time. Yep. And so I'm assuming, you were there leading the charge on the sequel.
Yep.
Okay. So you were happy with the game, even though the critical reception, fuck you, that's the critics are the critics. Trust me, I love some of them, not all of them. They certainly have a bone to pick. But at some point, though, you weren't fired. You chose to leave, is what I read. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're happy with the game, you're excited about the sequel, but you leave. That's obviously going to ask a question of why, right? I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah. It had nothing to do with the status of the sequel or anything else the studio was doing. It just kind of got to the point where, I think I realized that I had peaked. I was probably going to go no further at the studio. We changed quite a bit. Days Gone was a game made without production, and incorporating production was something that we needed to do to kind of make the studio grow and improve and be stronger. But it duplicated a lot of things that I was doing, right? And things that basically I just couldn't quite be in the zone. And I didn't have my mojo in terms of the influence that I had, to make design decisions, design management decisions, and assigning people. It just got more convoluted. And where I support the need for it, there were a lot of new ways of doing stuff that didn't gel with what I would have done. And I left for personal reasons. I left for the fact that I felt like I was limited, and it's a normal thing. I've had people who've worked for me who left because they felt like their career options were limited. So it's not a bad thing. It's just you spend 20 years with a company, you spend almost an entire decade on one game. It's going to force you to kind of make big, drastic life decisions. Like I said earlier, I turned 50 last year, and I'm like, do I really want to make 2 more games, before I retire? Right. And so that's the type of calculus that I wound up doing. And I just need to change, like it was a good point for me to leave. There's plenty of people there who can do what I did. And it just, I moved on. It has nothing to do with the status of the title.
Okay. You were there, and John was there when Days Gone shipped, though, right? Which was 2019?
Yep.
And then John suddenly wasn't there. And I'll talk to John about that. But, I mean, do you want to speak to that? I mean, what was that about?
Yeah, you should speak with John. I mean, he's got similar issues to me, but that's definitely his story.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
Yeah, when he was gone, I mean, his departure kind of made a big difference for kind of the culture and the politics of the studio, and not in a good way. In some ways maybe, but in others not so much. It kind of John is a force of nature, and he was a creative director because he could establish a vision, and he could do it fast and he could do it integrated. And we lost that. And it was really tough when the game gets to 71, you've got a lot of people inside who think that, the problem is X or Y or Z, and they're trying to solve all these different problems. So Guardians didn't
was
help
John,
with that.
according to some people, one of those problems?
No. John, like I said, John was
not you. According, when you're saying a lot of people were saying it could be X, it could be Y, were some of those people saying John is one of those X's?
Yeah, they're also the same people saying Jeff is one of those X's as well.
Okay.
It's something when you add, and this was the interesting thing, when you're building a team, the studio doubles in the course of development. You don't get a chance to have a shared history with everybody that joins,
right.
And you get people from other industries, and I think that they come in and they see, hey, game development is not a perfect science. We can't predict everything. There's all kinds of things. So sorry, sometimes we have to crunch. It sucks. It really does. Right. It impacts me too. And so I just think that there's just a lot of things that there was a shock to the system for them, and they would complain about. And we did hire a lot of millennials, and oh my God, do they complain about everything? So what I've learned is
that can't go untalked about. Wait, what? Because I've always thought that was a cliche, but you're suggesting you actually hired a bunch of millennials, and what did they complain about?
Oh, everything.
Like what?
Their pay. They're not making $1 million their first year. The hours, I think, were probably the biggest one. The fact that it's and I'm a fan of improving the crunch situation, but to say that we can eliminate it entirely, like, I know people who crunch because they just want to make the product better, not because it just can't be crunch should not be the means for which a schedule is guaranteed. I think that's where crunch can go astray, but just working the hours, iterating. I think, they think it's perfect. And for the record, Generation X, millennials, everything else, these are universal problems, but it does seem to kind of center on kids coming out of game college who
a lot of it, sorry, go ahead. But a lot of it is, I have a bone to pick more often than not, which I'm surprised because I love journalism and I love good journalists. But there is an agenda or a narrative is a better way to put it, that gets pushed a lot in a lot of this, that maybe these guys come up and these women come up reading, which is like crunch is bad and it's the result of bad management. And sometimes it is, but the verb you use, iteration, you don't get to be Sony first party without going down into the goddamn caves with your lantern and your rope and hope to God you come out with something fun. I mean, you are mining for fun and there's no guarantee you're going to find it just because you wrote a design document that you're happy with. Who even writes design documents anymore, right? You got to fucking dig in there. So, I mean, do you think that crunch is a result of bad management? When you hear that, what is your response?
I think it's true. I mean, there's a number of reasons why. I mean, in the game industry, tech pipelines are terrible. They're even great engines like Unreal. There's just a lot of work and a lot of overhead and a lot of kind of proprietary decisions that get made by developers and their engines and their workflow, and they're not optimal. So I think that it's just we talk a lot about tech debt. I do believe there's art debt, there's design debt as a result of these things as well. So I think it's management decisions. It's the pipeline, the unpredictable nature of the pipeline. It's funny that tech is unpredictable, but it totally is. But then also, I think that iteration leads to crunch. I mean, if you care and you want to do the best thing possible, it's the old saying, all writing is rewriting. The exact same thing applies. Is I'll finish something on a Friday and say, this is the best design I've ever done in my life. Oh my God. They should give me $1 billion.
Right.
And then I'll go home and then come back on Monday and look at it and say, oh my God, I'm literally the worst designer on the planet. I'm shocked I'm still employed. So I just think kind of having that voice where you're always evaluating your work and kind of looking at stuff and being willing to throw it out and be comfortable doing that is essential.
And when you put it in front of people that play it for the first time, let me ask you this real quick. Sony blew my mind. I don't know if they did this with your game. With Twisted Metal 2012, there's this company, EDAR, EEADAR.
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
And they're like, okay, we got to send a copy to EDAR. I'm like, why? And they're like, well, it'll tell us what the review score will be. I'm like, we're 4 months from completion. How will they know that? Is it like Minority Report? And they're like, no, they hire journalists that do reviews and they're pretty spot on. And lo and behold, I think we're sitting at like a 75, 76 with that game. Lo and behold, the EDAR score came back like a 75. It's like, wow, that was impressive, right? When you guys were focus testing, whether it was individuals coming in or it was EDAR, if you did EDAR or something like it, were they close, or were you guys surprised when the actual numbers came in from real critics that they didn't align with the focus test and EDAR, or it was pretty what you thought it would be?
So yeah, we did. It wasn't EDAR, but it was some sort of agency that specialized in similar things, where they write a mock review, I think, or something like that. And typically, games do at least one of these. We did 3, and they all came back great, good, terrible. Okay. So I think that they were accurate collectively, and that that's kind of the response that we had. But as far as them nailing the score, no, it was. I think one of them nailed the score, but the other 2 didn't.
Interesting.
And it was fascinating because I was like, how can you guarantee within 3 points that your thing's going to be perfect? But lo and behold, in general, it's a good process, and one of them got close, so that makes me a believer in that. But we totally did it. Probably 6 months out. We started about 6 months before it was done.
Right. Okay. Because I know that a lot of times they use that to determine marketing budget, and it's like, hey, this is going to go really big. So this is okay. So you're talking about new, because this is what a lot of people want to know, and I want to know it too. I haven't been inside at Sony for a very long time. We shut Bartlett Jones down 3 years ago now. And I always enjoyed my time at Sony. I think Scott Rohde's a fucking genius. I honestly think Scott Rohde should be in Jim Ryan's job, but whatever. So I mean, I don't dislike Jim Ryan. I don't know him, but I just know that Scott and Connie, both those guys, are just sort of like, the track record is unassailable. It's insanely impressive, right? But the question becomes, though, a lot of people are looking at Sony right now, and I'm not saying you're confirming it, but it doesn't not track. The idea of more cooks in the kitchen. You know, you came up when I came up. I was there a little bit before you, but you see what's happening in Japan with all of these Sony folks that have been responsible in so many ways for the foundation of the creative DNA of the company. You see Shuhei, who really, in some ways, not always, but in some ways, is the heartbeat of that era. You see what's happening with Bend, and you're going, is it an accurate read that, and it you know, I always say if I was in Jim Ryan's shoes, maybe I would do the same thing, because when you're dealing with these budgets, you can't be as hey, let's be hippie 60s people as the early PlayStation days. But at the same time, there is a sense that Sony, there's a narrative that PlayStation is sort of losing what made them so appealing to so many gamers. Yes, they're big budget, and yes, they're great production value, but there's also losing that, you know, unless you're Neil Druckmann, and I don't know Neil, but he seems like a great guy, a nice guy, and his games are great, and his games sell great. But unless you're Neil, you know, that we're in the Neil Druckmann business. Is that terrible to say? Is that accurate? Or is that like, dude, that's not my experience? I mean, I'd love to get your take on that, because it does seem that the fans are worried. And again, it doesn't really matter because fans are vocal, but end of the day, if Sony's selling hardware and software and gamers are happy, it's a tempest in a teacup. But it's still, I'm curious what your take is on that narrative.
Well, like I said earlier, I mean, these quadruple A games, I mean, they're just expensive from the get-go, and they're not getting cheaper. You know, there's so much competition for outsourcers these days, especially, that even that's not cheap anymore.
Right.
So, like I said, with you know, in Sony's got to run a responsible business. So, you know, it's okay for them to make decisions based on anticipated return on investment,
Sure,
because that's the money they need to fund, because that's the money they need to fund the next game. Mm-hmm. So it's you know, it's naive to think that it's all hippie, you know, kumbaya, goodwill, kind of like we're sitting around just doing the right thing, right, as opposed to the best thing for the company and the fans. It's a tension that they're going to have to kind of maintain. And yeah, like a lot of the small games that generate a lot of the goodwill and love of the brand. You know, I have no idea about the status of those or what's happening, but when you're making a game like this, Sony is still pretty hands off. Even for Days Gone, they got a Sony One. I mean, you know, they were like, well, what do you guys want to do? So, you know, I think that's a great thing as a developer. If they can only fund so many of these now, I think it's understandable. Unfortunately for Sony, they've made their name in the last 10 years based on these super polished, really you know, emotionally engrossing single player games, mm-hmm, and they sell really well and they make a ton of money, but you know, they don't bring in the Fortnite money, the renewables, and they just have to be careful. I mean, I think it's for Sony, for every era, it's about survival. You know, right. It's the PS, because they've never been cash rich, so they've got to be smart. And I don't think that, you know, I think fans should understand that before they really kind of go off. But you know, fans are going to fan, and that's what they do, and that's why they're great.
Well, I mean, they are, but I almost wonder. One of the things I tell them is like, I mean, every now and then you'll have, you know, and I know he was an asshole. You'll have like a Steve Jobs that is able to not only deliver for the fan base, but also make a shit ton of money, which is sort of the holy grail. But more often than not, the bigger you get, the more you have to kind of shed the skin that got you so big, and then you just hope that you can pivot into a new thing that people still love, because I don't think Sony's necessarily, you know, going away, but I think it's fair to say you're probably going to see lesser games from Sony first party, because they cost so much and they take so long. And I'm not saying not you guys, but Sony's not making smaller games. I know they're still making some small games, but it's not like you were saying. It's not like it was when you're like, hey, let's make Syphon Filter, or let's try, or I was like, hey, let's try Drawn to Death. Sure, here's $10 million. See what you come up with. Go nuts. I mean, it was never that easy, but it was kind of that easy, right? I mean, the green light process wasn't what it is now, out of just, it didn't have to be. So, I mean, maybe what you tell the fans, or what I've told the fans, is, you know, it's like any relationship has a shelf life, right? It may be that Sony can't be for you what it was for you, you know, because what it was for you was, it's nostalgia. but it's also, it was a different time, and there are companies out there now that are, much more nimble and that are sort of doing things that are more off book and crazy. And maybe that's where these fans need to start looking, because I don't look at Apple anymore. I don't turn on the Apple press conference anymore like I did when Jobs was alive. And it's like, here's an iPad, here's an iPhone, here's the new MacBook. I'm like, whoa. Now it's like, whatever. Now I'm like, what's Elon Musk doing, right? I mean, maybe it's just a natural part of a company becoming the biggest dog in the fight. I don't know. I mean, do you miss those days, or do you think, like, are you happy to continue? Are you happy as a creator where the industry's going at the AAA, quadruple A level?
Again, I think Sony is a different. It's in a bubble that, I don't know how it is for other AAA developers, but Sony, despite their conservatism of late, they're still very supportive and hands off too. So it's like that's interesting, because that's basically what we all assume places like EA or Activision, they're letting spreadsheets drive these decisions, and that's never been the case at Sony. It's in my experience, and so I think that type of AAA pressure, although we're all smart and we understand that we've got to create something commercial, they're not like jamming that down our throat. But in general, yeah, it's risky, and the indie film equivalent really doesn't exist. Yes, we got Unity and Unreal. They're great, kind of, they level the playing field for people. But the indie films can almost seem whatever maybe not summer blockbuster level of special effects, but they can be large, emotionally satisfying experiences for the same amount of money. And it's tougher for indies to kind of create something equivalent. There's a lot of awesome success stories out there, but those are the guys who get to take the risks. They can take more risks. Sony still does take risks and is pretty hands off. So I think that's that's really refreshing. And the thing that I miss about, if I'm ever going to miss anything about Sony, it's going to be that. It's going to be one of many things. But I think that pressure is something that's believable. I've got a business degree, so I understand a lot of this stuff in general. But it's just something where games are expensive, movies are expensive. You got to in order to make more movies or more games, the initial ones have to make money. And I do think that the more you overthink something, the more kind of destined you are to kind of doom it and kind of make it fail. So that's why I like the kind of the loose format at Sony. Even in the Schreier article where he talks about them tightening things up, they still trust the developers tremendously.
Even though with Ben they brought in all these people that you were like, this is too strict for me.
Yeah, but that was local. That was a local issue.
Okay, that wasn't. And again,
exactly, and it's one of those things where we needed to do it. I mean, we just needed to kind of add this layer of kind of oversight, or kind of just another discipline. The sole job is to look at the deadlines and help facilitate. Right. And it's not really on them, but it was one of those things where I was doing that already. And it was something where I no longer knew what I needed to do. Like all of the levers of control that I had were in other hands, and it was foreign for me. And there's only so much creative you can do in a game before you have to start putting it into motion and making it. And it just wasn't a sexy proposition for me.
Okay, yeah, understood. What do you think of Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst in terms of, like, compared to Sean Layden, compared to Shuhei? Do you feel, especially a guy with a business degree that sees what Sony's up against? I don't think Sony's ever had this kind of competition before, and I've been with them since before PlayStation 1 was a thing. When you look at competition from Xbox, which is, I think, stronger than it's ever been, when you look at competition from Nintendo, which is insanely strong right now with the Switch, and then, like you said, like Fortnite, Among Us, all of these sort of tablet and PC games that really, I don't know if you have kids, but the younger generation really, they're not playing a lot of console games. They're playing those games on their tablets and PCs. If you look at Jim Ryan and Herman and go, yeah, I mean, that's what any smart executive would do, or do you think the narrative amongst fans, and it's amongst fans, right? And like you said, that's fans are going to fan, but is it a valid concern that they don't really, that they're running too far to the conservative, direction, to the point that they're going to hurt the Sony PlayStation brand? Or do you think that's just, fear, and once they see the games, they'll be fine? Like, what's your take on that?
I think it's fear. I haven't met Jim Ryan. I met Herman once. Didn't really get a chance to talk to him too deeply, but I've watched him give presentations, and And Herman, I think, is probably, I'm just going to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. And from everything I've heard and seen, is that he's a great leader, a great manager, kind of like a Zen master. Okay. He's just got the ability to kind of move people in very intelligent ways. And so I think that's great. I think don't know anything about Jim Ryan. Oh no, I did meet Jim Ryan once when we did a demo in London for his group. But basically, before we played it, I was sitting in the audience because I was playing, and I'm next to all these marketing execs, and Jim threatened to fire every single one of them if they leaked the fucking thing. They're like, if any of you motherfuckers leak this, and I catch wind of it, I'm gonna fire your ass. So, so my one contact with Jim Ryan, I'm like, that guy's awesome.
Yeah,
like, that's,
there you go.
That's amazing. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he's been with Sony for a very long time. So I think people think he's a suit. I think he's much more game savvy than you think. I don't know if he's a gamer. Sean Layden was a gamer. Yeah. I know Sean Layden well. I know Scott Rohde. Spent a lot of time with them, and those guys, especially Scott and Shoot.
God, those guys, yeah, they're hardcore.
Yeah, those guys just, they nerd out on games, and there's a real passion there for them. I think Sean probably was too busy to truly stay up to date, but I met him like in 2003 or 2002 for the first time, and he was just cool. I mean, he's just a guy who's insightful and kind of level-headed, and can just kind of say, he can tear apart your argument with one statement and make you understand, like, oh, okay, this is a bit of wisdom that I'm going to take with me and carry forward. Thank you so much, Sean. Yeah. And Sean, to me, especially now, he always seemed like a this is going to sound weird to people, but Orson Welles, like a young Orson Welles.
Oh, I was going to the young one. Yeah.
Yeah. Young Orson Welles. His beard now, though, looks like later Orson Welles, but from a physical fitness, young Orson Welles. But he just had that charisma and just kind of intelligence and size, the height that was just commanding. So a huge fan of him. I think we got to give Jim Ryan the benefit of the doubt. I mean, he's been around. He's seen how it's all done. It's okay to have a businessman in charge. I think that lowering the price of PS Now to $9.99 was the right thing to do. I think that was one of the big, I don't really know, but I put it together that, this was one of the things where they fought. $19.99 was too much, and $9.99 was just right to go mass, to go broad. So, I think people need to give him a chance. And Herman's proven himself as a developer and the leader of change, to kind of to lead Guerrilla from Killzone into Horizon and have it come off so well. I mean, that's a huge pivot for that studio, and they nailed it. They stuck the landing where Ben really kind of wobbled. So it's I think that there's leadership across the board that Sony needs, and they're going to be fine with.
Do you think, and I'm asking all these fan questions because obviously we have an audience of fans, and I'm a fan. I mean, I'm interested in it because I'm fascinated by the perception and the value of it. Like, I kind of go, like, Nintendo, once Iwata died, sadly, Nintendo doesn't really have a voice anymore. They're putting out great games and nobody gives a shit. They're buying tons of them. No one thinks about it, right? So it probably doesn't matter that, like, Sony isn't saying anything, right? They're not commenting on the article. They're not commenting on MLB going to Game Pass day one. They're not saying if they're going to counter and put it on PS Now day one. They're not commenting on, Outriders. They're not commenting on Days Gone. They're not, the rumor now that's cooking is Kojima is doing an Xbox game. Because Jim Ryan said no. Now, Jim Ryan may have said no because he looked at Death Stranding and said, are you kidding? I mean, I'm not knocking Death Stranding, but I don't think it was the most profitable game, even though I do think it broke even. They're, like you said, they're doing
that's what I understand.
They're doing these big gambles. They can't afford, but Sony seems to continue to say, it's almost like I don't, here's my take. I don't feel Sony can afford to take the high road anymore of just let our games speak for themselves. Because ultimately, yes, they will. But now when you've got so much competition surrounding you, and you just choose to say nothing, do you think I'm overdoing it? And you're like, dude, they don't need to say shit. They'll say shit in the summer and the spring when they reveal new games, they reveal their changes, whatever they're going to do. And if people want to bitch and complain for 3 months, it doesn't matter. Or do you think it's like, no, they need to get out there in front of this because it's starting to hurt their brand at the hardcore, and that eventually is going to trickle down? Like, what's your take on that?
I think they're doing the right thing. I mean, it's better to say nothing, right? I think you got some wisdom or some sort of there's a quote somewhere here. I agree with that. I think that there's you can't win this conversation. It's not a basically when you respond, you're engaging in a debate that you can't win. And so it's best just to not engage. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate when you're starved for information. You want stuff, but it's best for them to just, and I wish I could follow this advice in life. It's just don't say anything. And it's like, because it gets me into trouble. And at the end of the day, I look back and say, why did I say that? I didn't need to say that. There was no value in it, but there's only penalty involved. So why do it? So I think they're being very smart. I mean, I don't even think Microsoft has aggressive PR anymore at this point, where they're trying to fight the trolls and the fans. I don't think that I've seen that.
They have.
I'll admit I don't pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, I pay a lot of attention to it. I'm into all that stuff, and I mean, Phil Spencer's a relatively good front man. Let me ask you one more thing about all that stuff, and then I want to get to some calls for you. What do you as a developer? Because a lot, I'm a big fan of subscription service video games. I think Game Pass is amazing. I know not everybody can do streaming right now, but I like Luna. I have PS Now. I don't like PS Now as much as Game Pass for a number of business decisions that I can appreciate maybe they've had to make. But a lot of people say, oh, things like that are bad for developers. What is your take on something like Game Pass or PS Now and sort of bringing games to people with a service like that?
I think it's brilliant. I mean, what we oftentimes lose sight of is the fact that even as game developers, we have access to games in ways that other people don't. We're well paid. We can buy what we want. We get a lot of free stuff. So it is the reality out there is people have so much money in a year they can spend on games, and they really stress over it, and they target it, and there a lot of people actually they'll research and analyze things before they'll spend their $60. So a service like Game Pass, I mean, over the course of years, like pretty expensive, but like when you're paying it month to month, it's something people can do, and it's awesome. I've got it, and what's great is the friends who I could, friends who my friends were online, but I would have a game that they didn't. But Game Pass, it levels the playing field for everybody.
It does.
So if your friends are engaged in that, you can jump from this game to this game, and you just have none of that friction of not owning it. So I think that's great. The streaming stuff I don't love, and I'm going back even to the first one that. On Live, I think that was the first one that I tried. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it came with a little piece of hardware and everything. It's a very cool idea, but when you're playing a racing game that is still being rendered on a server somewhere, that millisecond, it's fast, but those millisecond delays, I could never play those games. It's just I would wind up off the road if I counter steered.
The subscription stuff you're a fan of. You think it's good?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And for as far as developers go, I mean, if your game launched into Game Pass, I have no idea how that dynamic works, right? But with us for Golden Abyss, when we entered PS Now or PS Plus, we had already sold all the copies we were probably going to sell. Like we'd saturated the market,
right?
And but there were still a lot of people who weren't going to buy it. So, but with PS Plus, with them getting it for free, there was a huge uptick. But that's real money that gets moved around on the accounting ledgers for the developers. So I think it's great for developers as a bonus, to kind of come in after the fact. This launching day one stuff, I have no idea, what the real knockdown effects are there.
Right.
Okay. But I love the idea in general.
Do you think PS Now needs to make some significant changes to compete, or maybe here's a better question. Do you think I look at I look at Game Pass and I say that will have a seismic effect as this generation rolls on. Do you think PS Now, because I don't think it doesn't have to be 1-to-1, but I don't think it is perceived, and I think it's correctly not perceived as equal or as good. Do you think they need to make some serious changes to that service in order to compete?
Well, the only thought I've ever had on that was the fact that some games you can download and install, and others you have to stream. Remove the streaming, and it's a brilliant service that probably needs a makeover and kind of a relaunch. But no, I think that if anything, worst case, it's just confusing between PS Plus and PS Now.
Okay.
And with Game Pass, it's like you got Live, you got Gold, and then you've got the Game Pass, but you can get Ultimate, and you got them both.
Right,
so
that's right.
They simplify the ability for players to kind of embrace both. They make it more desirable.
What is the last thing you played on Game Pass?
Oh God, last night I was playing some Fallout 76 with a friend. Just because we always wanted to try it. And before that, I was playing State of Decay by myself.
Right.
Before that, we were playing Star Wars Battlefront 2 together.
Right.
And probably in the last week, I probably played like 6 games on my Game Pass.
What is the last thing you played on your PS5?
Last night, I played Call of Duty multiplayer,
Okay.
Black Ops multiplayer. So
I'm trying to get a sense of if the day one drops are making a difference. Like for me, I'm playing more on my Xbox, even though I love my PS5 because of things like Outriders. Like I'm not going to spend $70 if I can get it for free. And I'm trying to figure out if that's isolated or not. So, okay, fair enough.
I jumped in and played Outriders for a little bit too, so it's, but I think that's the problem is then now we have so many games to choose from. We're going to dabble in a lot of games instead of like finish one.
Yeah, but what's great though about that to me personally is I'm trying more shit that I never would have tried. I'm playing Dirt 5. I never would have played a Dirt game because I thought they were sim games. And I'm like, oh no, this is arcade as shit. This is great. But I didn't know that until I saw it on Game Pass. And I'm like, oh, this is my new favorite game right now. I'm obsessed with that game, right? So the dabbling, you're right, but I think it does lead to people. That's why I'm saying like Days Gone in the PS Plus collection, I could see people going, the reviews weren't the best in the world, but bikers, Sons of Anarchy meets Walking Dead. Are you shitting me? Yes, I want to try that. And suddenly I think it has a lot better chance to connect with a lot more people. I want to bring in some calls. Are you cool with that?
Yeah.
All right. This is our let me go in here real quick. This is, let me mute this guy. Am I saying your name right? Arnaud? Arnaud, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what's up? You are on with good Sir Jeff Ross.
Okay, thanks.
Go. Do you want to ask him a question, or did you just want to be in his presence?
Oh, yeah. No, I would like just to say, because I reviewed Days Gone when it was released. I'm a journalist in France.
Okay.
And the explanation why the review was not so good, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Are you asking, or you want to give Jeff a reason you didn't feel the review was good? I don't understand your point.
I want to give a reason why.
Go. Speak, sir. I'm going to give you 5 seconds.
Oh.
You go, buddy. Go. Why do you think Days Gone got reviewed the way it did?
Okay, because there is a delay. Okay. So basically, when we get the game to review, the fact is the game wasn't finished for clear. There was a lot of bugs, a lot of problems, and we have like 3 patches or 4 patches maybe, which one was about 40 gigabytes. So clearly the game wasn't finished. And I guess knowing the way people and the time people have to review the game, it was a huge problem, huge concern for them. Me, I was working on a paper magazine, so I have maybe much more time to review the game and to see the entirety of the game and with all the patches done. But I guess some people may have think, okay, this game is not finished, and that's why maybe you lose some points on the Metacritic review. That's what I wanted to say.
What was the review score you gave Days Gone? I think he's watching on the stream. If you're calling in, don't listen to the stream. Listen to Discord. Discord's real time. The stream's got a delay.
Okay. Sorry, can you ask me again?
What was the score that you gave Days Gone?
Personally, I gave 18 out of 20, which could be like 90% on Metacritic. But I'm quite the only one in France actually who gave such a number. Most of the critics were around 70, like we say on Metacritic, But I really do think that people, they don't have so much time to read the game, and of course, if the game isn't finished, and obviously there are some problems, maybe it was one of the reasons why it didn't.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you so much for calling, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
He didn't have a question, but Jeff, what do you think? I mean, you guys sent out code that, like a lot of times it's not final. I'm assuming there was a day one patch. Do you think that's a valid reason it got hurt, or do you think?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No, the game was. The game. It's really funny. If it actually, people are saying I'm too loud. If that's true, I'll try.
I think they were. Who's too loud? Was the next caller too loud, or was Jeff too loud? Okay, we'll see. Keep going. I don't think it was you.
Right.
I don't think it was you.
Okay. So, question. Where were we? We were.
I was saying, the code comes out and it's early.
Yes, the game was if it worked for you, it worked for you. But it seems like when we went at scale, actually not even at scale, just with the reviewers themselves, a few of them had problems, but they had a lot of problems. Some people had none. But so that was one of the damn things about it was it was generally hot or cold. But yeah, it went out a little dirty, and we had a day one patch. I think they got the. I think we asked them to install one of these patches before they would do the reviews. You can't control that, but even for a good while afterwards, I mean, the game was still in a state where just little stupid problems would nag some people for their whole experience, right. And others would get through it just fine. So they were tough to reproduce and solve, but no, it's fair. I mean, I think that it's right. Days Gone was great, but it was flawed.
Okay, this is Abad. Abad, you were on with Jeff Ross. Go.
Yes. First of all, I would like to tell Jeff that I bought Days Gone day one, and I enjoyed the game, and I hope nothing but the best for him, and I can't wait for whatever he is working on in the future. And my question is, if at some point in the future Sony came out again and told you that, we want you to work with us on a certain game, doesn't have to be in Bend, at any other studio, would you take that offer?
Jeff, can you hear him?
No.
Oh, you can't hear him. Can you guys not hear the guy? Holy shit, Jeffrey. It was a great question. Abad, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me figure out what's going on. Can you guys hear Abad over on the...
I'm not in the Discord. I didn't join that. Let's see.
How are we talking then? Oh, on Zoom.
Over Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Fuck me sideways, you motherfucker. God damn it, Jeff. Can you join the Discord?
Yeah, let me find it.
God damn it. You guys forgive me. I'm so sorry. Everybody heard him. Abad, stay on the line while Jeff is logging into the Discord. Just for the sake of time, let me... Oh, and you didn't hear the French guy either.
I didn't.
Lord
I
have mercy. Jeff, goodness. I just thought you had a good poker face. Okay, fuck me. All right, listen. Here's what Abad said. Abad, I'm not going to cut you off yet. He was basically saying, first off, he bought Days Gone day one. He says, thank you. He loved it. He really enjoyed it. He thinks you're very handsome. He wants to go on a date with you. I added that part. That's a lie. But he did buy it day one, and he loves it. And he says, if Sony were to reach out to you now, not necessarily with Bend, but maybe with Bend, and just say, hey, would you make another game with us? Abad wanted to know, would that be something you would be into?
Yeah, I think if the circumstances were right, and it was something that, I mean, like I said earlier, Sony's an amazing place to work.
Yeah.
And they really do support developers, and it's something where it's, I just sense that you're not getting that from most publishers in the industry. So yeah, it's a hell of a place to work. I don't think that'll ever, happen, but if it did, I would listen for sure. I would be excited to listen.
Why do you think that would never happen?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a businessman, I want to, I don't know if they came to me, we'd have to figure out what that meant. But yeah, if, right now I work someplace else.
Have you said where you I know where you work, but I haven't said it. I mean, have you said where you worked, or you don't want to?
Yeah, it's no secret. I haven't gone big with it, but I'm working at NetherRealm now, and I'm not doing game direction. I'm doing design management and leadership and stuff like that. And but I do miss designing. I do miss kind of making those types of decisions and everything. So I don't know if this is going to be my forever job, but we'd see. I mean, I think, if it was Sony or somebody else who had like, Jeff, this game can only be made with you, I would listen.
Okay. You're still in Oregon then?
Yeah. Okay. Until the pandemic's over. Yeah.
Okay. Are you in the Discord now?
No, I couldn't find it, dude.
Oh, let me give you the invite. I'm sorry. I thought I sent it to you. I'm so sorry, dude. Again, I don't have a producer on this thing, and I'm not, trust me, if you've heard the stories, they're all true. I can't do shit without a producer. Hang on. I'm gonna give it to you over on the Twitter. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. There's the Discord. Sorry, fellas. Abad. In the meantime, did Jeff get you good? Was a good answer to your question, buddy?
I'll hear it, but I can't hear you on Discord and open the video on YouTube.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'll hear it later on.
Okay, hear it later on. Abad, thank you for helping us test my idiocy. I appreciate it, buddy. Thanks, man.
No worries.
All right, bud. All right, let me bring in somebody else, but let's get Jeff on so he can actually know that I'm not making all this up. I'll tell you what, Eternal in the chat says Oregon is so beautiful. I don't know, man. I have fallen in love with Oregon just because of Days Gone. I've never been there, and it is gorgeous. I mean, in the game, you guys made it look amazing and very inviting. I know it's kind of hard to get people hired there because there's not a lot of hotbed of video game development in Oregon, but my goodness gracious, that's if the game looks as good as the real place, I think Eternal, you got a point. Okay, are you in now?
No, did you direct message?
Yeah, I did it to you on your Twitter account.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, dude.
Your last thing says ha ha ha, and then I put a join the Jaffe Discord server.
Yeah, haha is the last thing I see. All right, well, let's keep asking questions. You might have to relay them to me until I figure this out.
Okay, I'm sending.
I'm old. I don't get tech.
All right, I'm sending it again though. You should have it again. So keep checking on the Twitter. I'm trying to figure out if there's another way. Can I send you something on Zoom? Maybe let me send it to you on Zoom real quick.
I got it.
You got it. Okay, good.
Yeah. Speed of light sucks.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Jeff. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, the best thing I ever did was bring in a design manager because that was like, the teams are getting so big now that it can't be like it was back in the day. So it's actually really good to have. Okay, so are you on now?
Yeah, I got to remember my login.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody.
No, it's all my fault. I didn't even think about it. Shut up, broken gamer, you fuckstick. He says, 2 old men struggling. You know what, fucker? It beats the alternative. You know what? Let me ask you a question while we're waiting. You find there's ageism in this industry?
From these millennials that I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I have had people come in and kids right out of college, God bless them, say that we're doing everything wrong and because we're old. And, so this judgment definitely goes in both directions as I'm proving.
Yeah.
But, I'm like, you might be right, but I'm wiser than you. You might be smarter.
Right.
But I've been around the block. I know what's going to work and what's not going to work, generally speaking.
And I'm also running the company, you fuckstick. So fucking just shut up.
Yeah. And they all want to do it too. They all want to do that from the beginning.
That's fine. Then go do it. But don't do it at Bend, a fucking Sony studio. Go make your own fucking thing.
Exactly.
Which I tell them anyway. If I was a kid going to fucking game college, at this point, I wouldn't come out and work in a big AAA studio. I'd make my own shit. Because what are you going to do?
Yeah, because they come out capable to be able to do that. They're very capable and they're very good at what they do. And yeah, to go work at AAA is them selling out right away.
Well, and it's also like, oh, look, I spent the last 2 years doing rust texture on Days Gone cars. It's like, really? Someone's got to do it, but I don't imagine that was their dream when they went to college.
Right.
All right, are you in now?
I am. Now I got to just get the volume up.
Okay. I'm going to bring on Enrique. Actually, Enrique just got here. I'm going to bring on, I wish I knew who had been waiting the longest, but I don't, so I apologize, fellas. This is Merkham. Merkham, are you there? Merkham.
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Jeff, can you hear Merkham?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, Merkham, go ahead and ask, and I'll relay to Jeff while he's working on it.
Can you go ahead and admit that they withhold the day one patch, and it's already finished? They just withhold the day one patch. They can cut out the resale market in the future when the servers go off. Also,
whoa, I gotta relay that to him, so I gotta make sure I understand it. So you're asking me to ask Jeff. This is so weird. Can I ask Jeff to admit that who delayed the day one patch?
The game was already finished. They just delayed the day one patch so they won't have to put all the data on the disk. So within the future, when the servers are turned off, the game would be useless.
Why would they want? Okay, well, here's what he's asking, Jeff. Are you able to hear yet or no?
No.
Okay, he's asking. He says he's under the impression that the day one disk did not have all the data on it, and the day one patch exists primarily in order for you guys that when the servers get turned off, the game will be useless. I can't fathom why anybody would want their game to be useless, Merkham. Am I understanding your question?
Oh, so the game won't be resale. Developers don't really like the resale market because it's cut them out. out of the profits.
Yeah, but
That's
why
fine.
would the resale market care about a game that if you sold it to them, if the servers are turned off, nobody would want to buy your game because you can't get the day one patch either if you bought it used, right?
Yeah.
I don't think your question makes a lot of sense, good sir. I love you. I appreciate you calling in.
Oh, no. The game 20 years from now, the game is there. The game is useless without the day one patch.
All right. Hang on a sec, man. Jeff, where are you at with this right now? What's going on?
I just can't get into the voice. It's
I'll bring
the channel's long.
let me bring you on right now. So you are in our server, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your name? I'll just bring you into a private thing so we can hear everything.
This is all right. Hefe Rocket. I'll have to send it to you.
Okay. Sorry, we should have done this before. I didn't even think about it. I'm so sorry. Sit tight, Merkham. Let me just get Jeff on because I need him to hear this because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, sir.
All right, I sent that to you through Twitter.
Okay, let me get it. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a cool name, Jeff.
It's not my best.
Okay, hang on.
For some reason, I couldn't use my other one. It was weird.
All right, let's bring in.
I'm sorry, guys. This is.
That's not you, man. It's me. That's my fault. I didn't even think about this. So you have joined. You're a member, and you're probably being told right now you got to wait 10 minutes or some such shit.
Yeah, I got that on. Yeah, on my desktop app here.
Okay. We've searched far and wide. Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
I don't know if this is gonna work, dude.
It'll work. I got it. Maybe. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me get a different question in a second. Okay, so Merkham, I'll bring you back on if there's time. Thanks, buddy. All right, this is the Walking Fish. Go, buddy. What do you want to say to Jeff?
Hello. I have something to say about his game, the Days Gone game. I think it's a really good game, and I rated it like 7.5. But there's a problem when like the first 7 hours are so fun, but then it just get bored because like the world is just like if you played Race 2 from Bethesda, it's like the same thing. It just get bored and yes. So I think if they're gonna do like a second like game or something like that, they should just like make the world more fun and like have life on it. So yes,
Okay.
that's my opinion on the game.
I will talk to him. Thank you. All right, thanks, buddy. So he says he loves the game. He says the first 7 hours were great, but then you get bored of it. My question is, it is a long game. Was that as a designer, like, was that like the vision, like you wanted it that long, or was that more of a concession to the market of a $60 price point? It's like, it's got to be that long, or do you think it needed to be that long?
I think it could have been tightened up here and there, but in general, if you're a single player game, you want to provide as much value to the consumer as possible. So, we were quantifying it as maybe a 30-hour golden path, which felt big and like, yeah, that seems doable. I forget what what the average playthrough was, but it was much longer than that. Some people could probably finish the game in 30, 35 if they just cranked through it. But we wanted to build a game that was just the right size. I think that it was big. It was the right size. It was just inefficient in some of the narrative and gameplay pacing that we did. But I think that I'm proud that we didn't milk it and make it longer, because we could have very easily by just adding more open world activities and more Nero checkpoints and all this. But it felt like we hit a sweet spot. But the real challenge with making a game like Days Gone is when it takes 35 hours to beat if you're cranking through it, and 60 plus hours to beat if you're just letting it breathe. Yeah, that's a really tough thing to measure in the middle of development, especially when the build is broken at certain points. So it's and even if it's not broken, just to get through it, you're talking that's more than a work week. Yeah, and it's a really tough thing to measure and assess. So you're going by your gut. You're going off of anecdotal data, memory, and focus test data. But I think I'm proud of the fact that it was that large because it was valuable to the people who wanted to engage everything.
Do you like long games as a player? Like, or do you think?
No.
I don't
No.
either. That's what I'm curious about. I mean, like, if somebody came to me and said make a AAA game, I would struggle because I'd be like, okay, can it be 6 hours? Because I don't want to play. As a designer, I kind of go, you've burned through so much of your shit in the first couple of hours, and then it just feels like flop sweat desperation to keep people on the hook. But I'm hoping again with Game Pass and PS Now, you won't have that stress. This is to keep a game a certain length. This is Travion. Travion, go.
Yeah, before I ask my question, I just want to say I played Days is Gone a few days ago, and I just want to take that day back because that game is fucking trash. I don't know what y'all developers is nicking when y'all made that game in that weak ass studio. Jeff Frost, you look about ugly as hell, bitch. You look like yo ass chew on tobacco, nigga. You look like you threw corn on the cob.
Well, okay, let me bring in someone. He basically, Jeff, that was one of the haters that you talk about. It's not worth your time. Okay, this is Ronan. Go, Ronan. Ronan, go, buddy.
All right, hello. By the way, before I say anything about Days Gone, I just want to say that the person that was talking all that shit, that was spamming in the chat, GBs, that guy was impersonating a YouTuber. But anyways, other than that, getting back to Days Gone,
Yep.
I liked the game. I thought it was really good. If I was to rate it like out of a 10 by that scale, I would give it a 9 to 10. 9 to 10 because it felt a little repetitive in some like the missions.
Okay.
And
well, what's your question though? We got to get through these. Jeff
my question I wanted to ask about the director is that if he was to make like a sequel to Days Gone, would he ever like to make the inclusion of any like online co-op, like any like 2-player online co-op?
Let me ask him. Thanks, man. I appreciate the question. Thanks for waiting, buddy. Okay, guys, when you ask questions now, just because Jeff can't hear him, I don't mean to be a dick. Just get right to the point because otherwise Jeff's just like sitting there. I think he's playing Candy Crush or something. Okay, he wants to...
I'm watching my countdown to get into the channel.
I'm so sorry, Jeff. Thank you. What's it on right now?
12 seconds.
Oh, good. Okay. So what he wanted to know is if you were to have stuck around and made Days Gone 2, what do you think about adding... He likes it, by the way. He says it was like a 9 out of 10 for him. What would you say about adding online co-op to that game?
That would be awesome. You know, and we wanted co-op from the beginning, but obviously you have to make concessions to what you're not going to be able to do.
Who would you have been? Who would you have played?
It would have been a secondary mode if we had done it in the first one, or even in another one. I wouldn't have complicated the main narrative.
Okay.
And just kind of focus on that because that's really what we're good at, and that was the strength of the first title. So build on that, make it better, but then take this world that you build and all these assets and systems, and then repurpose them for some sort of similarly themed multiplayer version of this universe. And so would it be as a biker game, like, would it be like guys like Deacon and Boozer trying to survive, building up a faux clubhouse, or kind of a crew like before? But I think it would be a lot of fun to be in that world cooperatively and just see what horde battles look like.
Was that part of the sequel that you guys were going to do? Was that sort of built in from the beginning?
It's one of the things that we had in our pitch, and it was the idea of a just a shared universe with co-op play.
Okay, are you in now, Jeff?
I think I am.
If you are, there is a channel called Tilo or Last of Us 2. If you just put yourself in there, you'll be good to go.
All right, I might be in.
Let me see. Jake Rocket, there you go. All right, can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got the echo, of course. You got to turn down your stream, but okay. So Jeff is here now. I apologize, you guys. Totally my fault. I didn't even think about it, but we are ready to go. This is Random Moose Brains. Go. You're talking to Jeff.
Hey Jeff, just wanted to say thank you to John and Richard for Syphon Filter.
Hang on, we got bad echoes. Where's that coming from? Oh, I know where it's coming from. I got to mute Jake or Jeff. Okay, go again, Random.
So I'm probably rephrasing some stuff that Richard Ham said in the stream a year ago with Hack the Movies, but what made you join Eidectic? If some of you don't know, it's Sony had been before the name change. I asked because they had barely released Bubsy 3D and they were kind of on thin ice. So I'm just curious what your feelings were joining the team at that time.
Okay, great question. So, I was basically a blue collar worker. I think I was, I had a job that I was doing tech support for Microsoft at some point. And before that, I was delivering appliances and furniture, and I worked in a sawmill at one point. So everything you just described was not a concern of mine because it was getting into games, and they've moved on past Bubsy, and probably what I found really interesting was during the interview, I saw this game because I loved GoldenEye and I love James Bond movies and all this, and the developers were showing me the game, and they were almost like not even certain it was going to be a good game. And I'm like, are you guys, they didn't realize they were onto something. And I'm like, are you guys crazy? I would buy this in a heartbeat and, play the hell out of it. So for me, that was never an issue. It was the opportunity to get into the game industry, but also to work on something I thought was really cool. And honestly, without Bubsy, there never would have been a Syphon filter from the engine and the business the engine they made, the business connections that they built at Sony. There never would have been a Syphon filter without a Bubsy. So there's, through that lens, Bubsy is a great anecdote, but it was basically the foundation upon which everything else was built. Yeah, now, most of us weren't involved with it. There are still a couple of people left who worked on Bubsy, but really most of us were new to it. So we could kind of say, yeah, not us.
People don't give that game credit, though. Bubsy was actually the first 3D platformer even before Mario 64. I saw Bubsy at E3, Bubsy 3D, and it wasn't the world's greatest game, of course, but it was the first team to try to crack it. So that's got to be worth something. This is Basement Radio Podcast, Arcade Podcast, coming in for Jeff. You're on Basement. Go.
Hey Jeff. Hey Jeff. Quick question for you. Can you confirm that Days Gone took place in the Syphon Filter world? There's been many articles about Easter eggs pointing to Syphon Filter. Does the game in fact take place in that world? And do you think that services like Game Pass are kind of the future of gaming, where many of us will be, subscribing to services to get content?
Jake, can you hear that? Jeff?
Yep.
You heard the question. Okay.
No, I didn't.
I didn't hear the question. It popped up at the end.
Basement, say something again.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you fine. Jeff, can you hear him?
Yeah, I know
No, I hear
the feedback. That's it.
Okay, so you are in the thing. Where's your audio source coming from out of Discord?
To my laptop.
Okay, and say something. Give me a test, Basement.
Testing.
So you're not hearing that?
Nope.
So your audio for Discord is probably not coming through your laptop. Or if it is, maybe it's coming through a speaker that's not turned on, or a different jack or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shit. Oh man. Okay, because these are some good questions. Let me. Where would you go? Where would he go? Hang on.
He'd have to go to settings.
I'm hearing you
Discord.
through Discord right now. That's the.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
I'm hearing that through Discord. Nothing else.
Okay, 1 second. What he's asking while I'm trying to figure this shit out is there is a rumor, which I think is a pretty cool rumor, that the Days Gone universe takes place in the Syphon Filter universe, which I'm sure you've heard, and the world is the way it is as Days Gone opens, I guess because Gabe Logan fucked up. I don't know. What is the what's the official word on that?
There is no
official word, but if I could lay down the official word, I say the universes are 100% connected.
Really?
We put the stuff in.
At best, as an Easter egg to kind of just a wink and a nod to our similarity as a developer. But I think that the timelines line up, and it would just be really interesting, and to make this a game in that universe. And when we did Resistance Retribution too. That was a game based on a virus, and in our game, it was actually an STD and everything. So like Ben just kind of made their name creating virus-oriented games. So I'm like, why wouldn't we just kind of combine them? We didn't do it with Resistance Retribution, but for the Syphon Filter IP that we owned, we threaded it through as an Easter egg, leaving ourselves room to say, later whether it is truly part of the universe.
That's
or not.
awesome. That's awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna read them to you, Jeff. We're just gonna get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bruce, go. What's up, man? You're on with Jeff. Bruce Wayne. Oh, I get it.
Hi. So I was wondering. I wanted to ask Jeff this about what he felt about cross-gen games, like for example, the new Horizon Zero Dawn that's on PS4 and PS5.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a question. All right.
And I want because everyone's concerned about
go quick. You got to go quick because I got to relay it.
PS4 stifling game development for PS5. So I wanted to know Jeff's opinion about that, and if possible, Days Gone 2 was going to be a cross-gen game.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Bruce Wayne or Batman. Oh shit, did I just give that away? Sorry, buddy. Okay, so he wants to know your opinion on cross-gen game development in terms of there is a fear amongst gamers that, for example, Horizon, I think the new Horizon, I forget which one they've announced. Some of these are on PS4 and PS5. And the fear is if you put it on PS5 and PS4, you're having to make concessions on the PS5 version, and that's not why we bought a PS5. We want the bleeding best. And he wants to know, from a developer standpoint, what is your take on that? And was Days Gone 2 going to be cross-gen, or was it going to be exclusive to PS5?
I think it's a great question, because I've often thought that too, especially when you got a game like Horizon coming out, that Forbidden West or something like that, is the install base on the PS5 just isn't that big right now, So I think that it's just a nod to, hey, look, we've got to make money on this, we've got to make profit, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of people who have a PS4 who either can't buy a PS5 or can't find one, who are going to be grateful to have access to these titles. But I think it's something you're only going to see for the first couple of years, and then it's going to go away. And I don't know if there's an official TRC or anything about it, but I think it's just it's a transitional thing only. And to be fair to Sony, I mean, what Microsoft is doing with Game Pass, I mean, so far they're not focusing on innovation in their controller, in their hardware. They're not focused on launch titles that they own. But what Game Pass and Xbox, I got the Series X, and I had the One. It's just really cool that those same games play across the board. So this thing that same intent of making things as accessible as possible that exists over in the Microsoft ecosystem, that's kind of what you're seeing with the PS5, PS4 versions. It's a business thing, but it's also cool to the fans.
I think you're right. I agree. Okay, so this is Caveman. Go.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you guys were talking about how long games or whatever.
Yep,
I always thought $35 game, 10-hour kind of thing. But I'm wondering, financial budget wise, is most of the money spent on the systems and sort of building out that, and actually lengthening the game is sort of cheaper by nature?
Gotcha.
Is that kind of how the financials work?
It's a good question. Let me ask him. Thanks, bud. All right, Caveman wants to know. He says he likes shorter games as well. He knows budgets are going up. If you were to say, let's make a Days Gone 2 or a brand new IP or a Syphon Filter PS5, is it the length of the game that contributes massively to the budget, or is it more getting it up to speed, getting the core systems in, finding the fun, and then at that point, length, of course, is costly because it's content, but that's not where the lion's share of the cost is his question.
Yeah, and that's a great question, because definitely for a game for kind of a linear game where say you have 30 missions, you could cut out 5 missions or 8 missions and just kind of have it still work. The players may never really know if it's done properly. For a game like Days Gone, where it's so systemic, and there are a lot of different systems and a lot of components to those, the real expense is in creating that vertical aspect of the game. And the horizontal, building things out, kind of having more content, yeah, that adds to it. But cutting out the width of it doesn't change how tall the building is. These are project management terms people don't know, but it's something where it does have some cost, but really the real cost is in creating the core and everything that comes together, and it just takes forever to come together.
Yeah. How are you on time? We have tons of questions. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna serve them up. I appreciate it, buddy. Kuristafa, I love you. You're verbose as fuck. Keep this quick because Jeff is not able to hear you. Go, Kuristafa.
Okay, so Jeff worked on Dark Watch for a short time of his life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I just wanted to know like how that came about, how he's at Ben's studio and then all of a sudden he's at High Moon for like a short period and then back to Ben. That was just a story I was curious about.
All right, let me ask him. Thanks, buddy. Call back anytime on a normal stream. I'm sorry I got to cut you off so fast. All right.
No problem.
He's saying I hadn't thought of this. He says you're at Eidetic, then you're at Bend, which is Eidetic, and then you're at High Moon, and then you're back at Bend. He's like, how did that? What happened?
Okay, so it was my first job in the industry, and I was there for about 5 years. Had shipped 3 Syphon Filter games. We were working on this Omega Strain game. I didn't necessarily love the direction of Omega Strain being like heavily multiplayer, kind of getting away from our strengths. And I was young and dumb, and I kind of thought that I knew better than the studio, and I'm like, I'm gonna go out there and find my way and do something different, and I left. And Sammy recruited me, so I lived down in Carlsbad actually for a couple of years working there. And eventually Sammy folded. It's a complicated Japanese business relationship with some former people from Midway, but it folded, and we lost all of this great pachinko money funding. So they laid a lot of people off. I got laid off, but they still were so close to finishing Darkwatch that they contracted me back on to finish. But at that point, and they were hiring people back too. But I again, being kind of young and defiant, like that millennial that I was talking about earlier, yes, I was doing the same shit. It's just, we won't even call them millennials. It's just called people that are still trying to find their way, right?
I think we called them whippersnappers, I think. Yeah.
There we go. So worked there. And then, at that point, this was actually, I'd been playing a lot of Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City and San Andreas. And I'm like, open world, this is the future. And I want to be a part of that. So I got a job at Rockstar, Vancouver, to go work on this game that by the time my visa went through and I arrived at the building, the day I showed up, that game was canceled and Bully was announced, and they kind of rolled our team into theirs. And they were great. They offered me a position to kind of do whatever I wanted to, but I was just looking at the signs, and I'm like, okay, maybe this wasn't the place for me to come to. But I got to work with their tools for about 3 months before I left, and kind of see how open world games are made to a certain extent. And then I went to another company because I had to leave there, and it was the Collective down in Newport, and I was, they hired me in just as a designer to come work. But then when I showed up, they're like, okay, you're lead designer of Dirty Harry. The other guy quit, so I was in charge of that, and that project was in trouble. I think I was the 4th lead designer by the time by the time I started. And we had a good 9-month run where we were able to kind of make progress with the publisher and create demos and advance things, but it just wasn't coming. It wasn't coalescing the way that I thought was necessary to kind of be able to do right. And about the same time, Ben had actually, I talked about Omega Strain earlier. This game was another big epic game that just it didn't live up to expectations. There was fear that maybe the studio would be closed, but then they made this great game on the PSP, Syphon Filter Dark Mirror, that kind of rejuvenated the series and the developer. So Garvin called me out, or actually I congratulated Garvin on their success, and he's like, hey dude, do you love where you're at right now? And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, oh. And so he recruited me back as a narrative designer from what I was doing, and I'm like, that's interesting. And Garvin, to his credit, he was the guy who saw that I had story in me and I could come in and kind of help make a difference. So I came back and I left as a lead. There were still some people there, and all I wanted to do was come back as a senior, just be somebody who was a contributing designer, the best wingman on the planet. And so they lured me back, and I was there for 15 years. And I did a multitude of things. I did narrative design on a couple games, did pure level design on Golden Abyss, did game direction on Days Gone. So it's been a cool ride
coming back.
Okay, I'm gonna get to some super chats right now, Jake. If you're cool with that, Jake. I know your name's not Jake. I'm looking at the goddamn thing. All right, here's some super chats. All right, Basement Radio says, "Let's go." Thank you for that. Okay, Solid Snake says, "I love Days Gone. Thank you for giving us such an amazing game." That's a nice super chat to say thank you. Red 13 says, "Thanks for Days Gone, man. A beautiful game and my game of the year 2019. I've platinumed it twice. It is without a doubt my top 10 game of all time." That's got to feel fucking good. Wow. Embrace the Black Pill says, "Here's some super chats. Thank you so much. Why haven't they made another Syphon Filter?" says Crikey Mate. What was that about? Because I heard that Sony gets probably requested 4 or 5 times a week where's my siphon filter? What's the holdup? What do you think the reason is?
I think that I think it's all been done in my opinion. Like I personally do not have the ideas that would sustain a modern siphon filter type game and do something new. I mean, when they're making Syphon Filter 1, it was, nobody was doing a game like that. But after we did Syphon Filter 1, then everybody got in the mix, specifically Ubisoft. And they really kind of blew stuff out in a way. There's so many iterations of that franchise. What's that?
Splinter Cell, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, so Splinter Cell was Syphon Filter in a lot of ways. So, and I think the market got saturated. And I played most of these games. But what I found as a gamer is like I've been to every little kind of third world corner of the world. I've fought in all kinds of mercenary forces, and I've prevented nuclear annihilation many times. Like I just being so kind of grounded in reality, I don't really know where there's room to go that hasn't been done. And Syphon Filter is also, it's got an espionage and military component to it. With Call of Duty just setting the high watermark every time with what they're doing. I just think that Days Gone needs Syphon Filter needs a spark. It needs a germ of an idea that feels modern, not done before, and it's tough to do with a conventional real world game.
Gotcha. Okay, and I get the same. I have the exact same response when people say, "Why can't we have a new Twisted Metal?" And I'm like, I don't have any. I mean, A, I don't think Sony would make it, and B, I don't really know what else we could do with it, at least in that way. Embrace the Black Pill. Thank you for the super chat. Sir Gallahan says, "What was it like playing Days Gone live at E3 2016? What was the experience like?"
Can you say that again?
Yes, he says, what was it like for you playing Days Gone live E3 2016?
Oh, dude, that was rad. Like, it was one of those things where I didn't have to speak in public, which is good, but just being up there in the hot seat watching it, there's a lot of pressure. So I approached it from a fear of failure point of view and said, whatever I have to do to not fail, so where I don't screw up on that stage is what we're going to do. So I trained, I practiced, I practiced a lot. And the really, and I even had to take notes as a script for like how to manipulate the camera as I was moving through things. So when it got to the showtime and we showed up for the dress rehearsal, like I wasn't nervous at all. And as soon as PR started leading me back and up the stairs, then I just got like this sudden, like these pangs of guilt or panic. And I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? What have I done? But then I just sat down and I did the dry run, the dress rehearsal, and felt good. Practiced with the orchestra, which was kind of weird, and by practice, I just played while they played. It's not like we kind of worked off each other. But then the day of the show, I just, we showed up and it was great. Garvin and I showed up. He was in the booth next to me, but you couldn't see him. But we go backstage. We're sequestered for like 5 hours. We were sequestered with Corey, with Kojima, because, we're like, oh, these guys are announcing here. But the funniest thing was they wouldn't allow us to leave to go get food. We were in there for so long. But like, I'm like, well, Corey and Garvin and Kojima can't go out there, but Jeff Ross can. So I got to, because
they're worried people would see you and spoil the surprise, right?
But nobody knew who I was, so I was able to kind of be anonymous at that point. But then later that night, when we went out and did it, we went off perfect. And the thing that really kind of gets under my jaw is the fact that people think it was a video or that it was fake. I'm like, no, it was real. It's like literally the only thing that we did was we put collision on the rooftops so I wouldn't accidentally run off, right? And that was literally the only cheat that we did. And everything else was done live. And
Sony was always very insistent on that. Even it was like, can I please show a fucking video? It sells it better. They're like, I know, but I'm like, yeah, it's pain, but it works. It's good.
Yep. It was an adrenaline rush too. I mean, it's like when I finished that, just having everything done and having it behind me and not screwing it up was a great feeling. But I knew how like rock stars felt because it was 4 a.m. I'm like, I still can't go to sleep. I'm still wired, from that adrenaline surge. So that was one of the highlights of my time at Sony for sure.
Cool, that's awesome. It is because I hate when people say that's awesome and it's a throwaway. I mean, it's awesome because I've done it. I know exactly what you mean. And my it's not that I can't sleep because of the adrenaline. It's because I'm always checking the internet. The minute I'm back to my hotel room after that, I'm just like, what did they think? Did they like it? Did they hate it? Did they like it? So
I tried to avoid that, because it's one of those things where I did watch it, but I didn't read everything because I realized like this is just a rabbit hole. You're gonna get, you're gonna get a distorted sense of something. It doesn't give you the true story, but it was It was positive and stuff.
Yeah.
Even then, I didn't want to indulge in it too much.
Was the team happy when you got back? They felt.
Oh
good?
yeah. No, as a matter of fact, we had a huge contingent of people that were there just either on their own or the company sent them or subsidized it somehow. And so we had a great team dinner at some restaurant, and everybody was there first. So when I showed up, I got the big standing O from everybody. It was really cool. Really, it was a great team building moment, but it was just really powerful.
That's awesome. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. Can you ask Mr. Ross? This is Cal Links. Thank you for the super chat. He says about Deacon's psychological growth. I felt the character evolve. What was that about? Was that a intention, an arc? He had an arc, and I mean, when he says ask about the growth, because I haven't finished it yet. I'm not quite sure what he wants you to talk about, but maybe. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a risk of spoiling it for you, Dave.
That's okay.
Deacon's arc is from, and again, this is something you should totally get into with Garvin, but his arc to me was how the outsider who was trying to maintain the old way, and then slowly caring about people in these camps, and becoming part of these camps, and then ultimately becoming the leader of men. Because if you're an outlaw motorcycle gang member, so I hear. You don't fit in. Like society is a place that doesn't welcome you or play to your strengths. And so, to me, the arc always was that he basically could never have achieved this type of leadership level in the pre-pandemic society, but he was the perfect one to become the leader in the post-pandemic world.
What about the complaint? I saw this in the reviews that. What about because you're talking about the camps and so what about the whole thing that he sells this woman to the camp and I mean was that because you wanted him to grow from that, like you wanted him to have
absolutely so basically having, and again I'm speaking for John here, so
okay.
This is my interpretation
okay.
from the conversations and everything, and my analysis is that some of the best movies are the ones that show the main character doing something really bad and then giving him an opportunity to, there's an original sin, right. And then we're all human, we fuck up, but we can grow and evolve and improve and kind of correct it. Even if we can't fix the root thing, we can show growth. So I think that yes, Deacon did this objectively terrible sounding thing by selling somebody to a slave camp, but really what he was doing is, in his mind, he was rationalizing it as rescuing this person, getting them out from the wild and bringing them to this camp where they were going to be safe and their lives are going to be better, but they would have to work for it. He didn't look at it as trafficking, and it was saving people, but also getting bounties. But he was also cold to it, and over the course of the game, that's just another thing for which we could contrast his change.
So he wouldn't have done it at the end of the game that he did when he did it in the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
Does that annoy you that the critics didn't get that you're like? Because you're right. There's a lot of movies where, characters do shit things, but they're loved by the end. And the critics didn't say that was this. They just said, can you believe this game? I mean, was that annoying or were we just like, whatever? I mean, does it? Because that shit bothers me as a creative, but I don't know. Maybe you're just more mild-mannered about it.
It bothers me, but I think that there is no objectivity in this space. I recently, for some reason, I read some reviews of some old Ernest Hemingway novels. The Sun Also Rises. Read it in high school. Read it in my adult life, and basically, it's a revered novel in literary circles. But if you go back and look at the contemporary reviews, they were all over the place, accusing him of toxic masculinity. Basically, they weren't well received, and some people loved them, but most didn't. But over the course of time, the lens changed. So it's a long way of saying reviews are highly subjective opinions that speak to the person reviewing the game and the nature of the game and the time it's reviewed. And what I would say is we didn't do ourselves any favors sometimes by the order of introduction of things, or just the tone of the game, using that line from where he says where Sarah says, as long as you ride me as much as you ride your bike. That was from Sons of Anarchy. It was something like that was said in Sons of Anarchy. And it's in the spirit of the character. It was said mockingly, but if you're jaded to that, or if you don't see those dimensions, you're just going to see what sounds like a really terrible statement for a woman to say about herself. So
I thought that was a great fucking
line. The reviewers giving the developer the benefit of the doubt, which I don't think that we ever really get.
Right. No, I love that line because I knew the context of she's marrying the guy. She's not some, she's not being accosted. It's not non-consent. She's like, we're going to be together the rest of our lives. I would hope it's a sexual relationship where they want to fuck each other. And it was just like, why don't, when I was married, we talked pretty raunchy. I don't know why that can't be. It's just crazy to me. Okay, so we have Revenger, Super Chats. Thank you, sir. He says, we know Days Gone, this is him saying this, he's speculating. We know Days Gone already sold 5 million copies. Sony canceled Days Gone 2 and almost made Ben a Naughty Dog support studio. Isn't this really disrespectful to Bend Studios? That is coming.
Is it disrespectful?
Well, his thesis, his thesis assumes he's right. I don't know if you want to address if he's right or if you just want to answer his question. But his question is, they canceled Days Gone 2. You guys sold 5 million copies of Days Gone 1. Clearly, there's an audience for it. And they were going to turn you guys into a Naughty Dog support studio, which, depending on which rumor you go with, is actually what's happening. I have heard that Days Gone 2 is not in production. I have heard the new IP is contingent upon Bend completing certain work with other studios, and it's kind of being used as a carrot on a stick to get Ben to do that. And I don't know if that's true. These are all rumors.
Yeah, no, that's false.
Okay.
It's completely false. There was an opportunity to work with them in a limited way, and that was just to kind of keep the staff happy. When working on a game in the early days, there's not a lot to work on. So
right.
It was just a chance to get people idle hands working, and a lot of people were desperate to go do it because they didn't have anything that was significant to do at the time. But no, Bend was never going to be a support studio for Naughty Dog. Some people would say that because people are fearful of things, but no, that was never a reality. It was collaborative.
Okay. And can you say what they're doing now, or you just can't? That's not your. That's not
like I said,
that's
I
okay.
can't,
That's okay.
This does go. Yeah, no, this goes directly to my NDA and
no worries
and everything.
Okay. Old Republic Fox says, thank you for super chat, buddy. He says, is there a chance Syphon Filter remake will be released someday? Games about secret agents are brilliant. I think you've kind of answered that, but there will always be secret agent games, but in terms of Syphon Filter, it's probably dead, but Sony has all of these, I don't know what the right thing is for Sony to do, given they've got all this goodwill on these brands, whether it's Twisted Metal, Syphon Filter, Tobal #1. There's so many people that fall in love with this stuff that came up with this stuff. I don't know if they're leaving money on the table I don't think they should be greenlighting $200 million Twisted Metal games or even a Twisted Metal game. I know they're talking about doing a TV show, but I don't know. I don't. It seems weird that they just let these things die. But maybe that's what you do when you have so many IPs. I don't know.
And the fact that creating a new version of anything is just so prohibitive anymore. And it's something where you got to. And this is why you can't fault them for betting on sure things. That's fine. But all of these things. Twisted Metal. Syphon Filter, I think the real question would be like, can they stand the test of time? Would a modern version of these things be innovative enough? Back in the day, you could create a game around Earthworm Jim and have it be really successful, right? Those days are gone. Yeah. That might exist in the Unity or the iPhone world, but it's just those were the AAA games of the day. And I think that with Twisted Metal and Days Gone, would they, or with Syphon Filter, would they really play well to modern audiences? Would there
I don't think so.
There that kind of, and when you have games like, again, Call of Duty, Fortnite, these guys are blowing everything out. They're raising the bar for what people think are cool. And basically those were the things that we used to do. Look at this, you're saving the US from getting blown up by a nuke. It's players have done things like that or better or more exciting or more extreme. Right. It's just a tough space to compete in, especially the reality-based games.
Right. I agree. I think a lot of it is how do you educate people out of that mindset, or maybe you just go, you got to learn. It's life. It's part of growing up with something and loving it, and it changes and it sucks. But I'm never going to have Indiana Jones be Indiana Jones who he was when I was 10. It's not going to happen.
Exactly.
Jaffe says Basement Radio drops super chat. Jaffe, it's not free on Game Pass. Ha ha ha. Yes, psychologically Game Pass is free. I understand what you're saying. Drowned by Fire, thank you. He says 70 and low 80 scores are not bad meta scores. They're not, but they are when you've got an industry full of 90s, right? I mean, a 70's the kiss of death for a lot of people.
Yeah.
They won't buy it. I do think with Game Pass and with PS Now, you start to get a little bit more parity, like with film, where the critics don't have to love King Kong versus Godzilla for it to be a huge smash, because the barrier of entry is almost nothing for people. But when you're asking people for 60 and these days $70, they're going to use that score as one of the key reasons they make a choice. Drowned by Fire says Jim Ryan is the man Sony picked to see PS fans through Xbox hard push. Jim and Herman are shrewd operators just like Phil. They will get it done. Okay, he just wants us to know that. I'm sure Jim Ryan's watching and going, thank God. But no, I appreciate that, buddy. I hope you're right. I will tell you, optically, I think Sony's doing a shit job right now when it comes to communicating comfort and confidence at a sort of a fan leadership level. But it may not be necessary. There may be no value in it. But I do think they're pissing off fans for whatever that's worth, and it may not be worth anything. How do you decide, Jeff, says Gene, thank you, buddy, how much a developer gets paid for a subscription service? They're thinking about MLB. So do you have any insight into that?
Barely. I mean, it's a negotiation. You know, even if you're a Sony entity, there's all kinds of different things you're negotiating with. So you're negotiating as a second or third party. And, but it is just that. I don't think that there's a fixed rate or going rate for anything, and it's a little bit like signing major league contracts, right? Like, right. You know, some guys make 100K and some guys make 50 million, and it's just up to them and their agent to kind of do the best for their client. So it's good, but I will say this, and this is just me supposing things. Netflix, HBO Max, Paramount, all these things, they're loss leaders. You know what I mean? Like their business models right now are about sinking a ton of capital into these enterprises, hoping they get a user base that could then ultimately eventually be profitable. And I think that's one of the things that we're kind of losing sight of here, is that it is basically like Google with Stadia. They're just burning money trying to establish a base. And it's I don't know if this is just as a developer and a player, is I don't know if long term the economics will always make sense once the Game Pass owner tries to kind of convert it into a profit stream. Not just a user base that is brought into their ecosystem.
Well, whenever that comes up here, especially you have an MBA, I'm very curious about this since you're speaking about it. What I always say to people, and maybe I'm wrong, is that I get that Netflix is a loss leader and they're starting to not be, but for a while they were. But if you're Bob Iger running Disney, or if you're the guys running HBO Max, or if you're the guys running Paramount Plus or whatever, I assume that you have vast teams of MBAs that run the numbers and go, we see it at Netflix, we see it at Disney Plus, we want in on that. Are you saying all of them are jumping in without any of them having made profit? Or do you think they run the numbers and go, oh, this works? Because it seems a really big gamble that a lot of massive companies with a lot of smart people are making, where there's no sense of this can work for us.
Yeah, and so by the way, I've got a bachelor's. I don't have an MBA. That would be awesome. But okay. I'm just going off of my own opinion based on loose data that I have. But I think that they know that the upside to be the dominant force 10 years from now is huge. Okay. Right, but they're going to have to invest and eat quarterly losses, which is a totally different game that these guys play. But I think it's fear of missing out. You know what I mean? And there's really already the pain points for the consumers are, man, I got to spend $10 on this, I got to spend $15 on that. Like, I might as well have cable at this point. Like, we're back to the cable situation. Right. And I just think that the market, again, anecdotal, but a lot of people, when Netflix raises their prices $1, they bitch and moan, even though it's still a tremendous value at whatever the new price is. Right. So consumers aren't going to be able to sustain whatever energies they're doing right now across a lot of things. It's my prediction. I think you're right. It's absolutely just a prediction. But yeah, I think all these MBAs at these places are, again, they're looking to the future that they have to invest in deeply now. in order to be successful 10 years.
It's going to be interesting if it isn't profitable because it's such a good value and it's such a good experience, at least if you're talking about Game Pass, that I'll be pissed if they take it away. But then again, so what?
Right.
If they can't afford it, they can't afford it. Chongo drops super chat. I'm going to read it with censored because he's spoiling stuff. There's a location that he says is one of my favorite sites in the USA. It was an awesome third act surprise to have it so integral to Days Gone, but I'm not going to say what it is. But Chongo, thank you. Joseph says, Days Gone, thank you, buddy. Found me in a very dark part. Oh, I love getting stuff like this. I'm sad, but I love it. Days Gone found me in a very dark part of my life, and it helped me to keep going, just like Deacon did. It is my all-time favorite game. Thank you. Jeff Ross, I'm about to cry. That's nice. And that, I love hearing it. It is amazing how much this shit we do sometimes. You release it to the world and you go on with your life, and then it's actually out there affecting people like that. I mean, is that
it is. No, and one of the things that people don't really appreciate is we're regular people. We're just regular dudes who are fans of other things, just like they may be fans of our work. And so I can really, I have those moments with other games, like Last of Us 1 and 2. Fucking love those. They're some of my best games, my favorite games of all time. So every time I've met Neil Druckmann, I'm like, dude, this game's, blah, blah, blah. This is the best. I fanboy out on the guy. I met Troy Baker, and I couldn't prevent myself from saying, my baby girl, just because these things have moved me in similar ways. So I will say it is the one thing, and I've read other developers have said that this will happen for years, is that you're always going to meet somebody who the game touched or meant a lot to in a way that you could never comprehend, and they're going to reach out for years. And so far, it's still true. I mean, I'm getting, I get all kinds of direct messages, and people are just they're rough places in their life, and for some reason, this game came along at that moment, spoke to them, and may or may not have truly saved them, but they think that it did. It was part of many things that they felt was part of their anchor to reality or life at this point. So it's amazing. I mean, when people invest $60 and then 60 hours of their time, they're invested.
Yeah.
They want all these things to work, and they're going to overlook the flaws because the rest of the game is in the spirit of what they signed up for. But it is great. It is great to touch people and have them just reach out, and especially when you do have the 71 Metacritic, when you have the kind of the botched launch, and then the game gets better and solid, and people can appreciate it. It is it's vindication on an emotional, personal level.
Right. I agree. I've seen that like with my quote failures, like calling all cars. I get people are like, I'm not getting rid of my PS3 because me and my dad still play it split screen. I'm like, it's amazing. I do think though that does point to a bit of a problem, because what you're describing is goes to the very heart, I think, of what a lot of these Sony PlayStation fans are feeling right now, which is they have this emotional connection to the brand. And sometimes that emotional connection has been manipulated in a good way and created by marketing. And sometimes it's organic, like what you're talking about with the games we make. And it seems that it's not being nurtured or respected. I'm not saying it's not, but that's the perception of it. Because when all these things are happening and Sony's just like, nah, Days Gone, 5 million, fuck it, we're not making another one. It's gotta be, ruling the rooster. It's not worth it. And they're like, but this was the greatest game of all time. It's like, I don't know. It almost seems like, yeah, you have to do business, but maybe there's value or just kindness in addressing your adoring public that loves you. It feels wrong to me. That's just my take. I'm on a soapbox.
Well, I think a healthy lens here is, never say never to anything. It's just maybe not right now. You know what I mean? Like and I think the explosion of Marvel at this point, I mean, they're creating some amazing stuff on TV, obviously. Like one could argue, if you want to go see, and this was me for Endgame, is like, I got to catch up on 50 different things, and I got to cram all those things in. I want to watch them in order. And, I think that more space in that case would be good, to allow people to kind of organically take in everything.
Right.
So, I don't know. I mean, you never know what's coming out in the future, and, nothing's permanent.
You hear that, folks? That's Jeff Ross confirming that Days Gone 2 is not dead. Now, listen, which is great. It would be nice if Sony would do something like that, Jeffrey Ross. They should send you a goddamn check. That's all I'm saying. It would be nice. It would be nice. People are fans. They've earned that a little bit of that shit. Jeff says, Andreas, thank you, buddy. What is next for open world games?
Ooh, interesting. I think the distinction 15 years ago, open world games used to be this thing. This like they were a genre unto themselves, right? Because they were so tough to do. A lot of places are doing it now. You know, they're easier than they seem. They're not trivial, obviously, but I think that open world, if it hasn't already, is moving away from the genre distinction to just a sub element of a title. And to me, as a designer, creating open world is great because you create one thing and it's infinitely playable. Creating a very specific curated linear thing is a lot of work to be played one way. So I think that the power of the open world there and systems is, you know, systems that are right for the game, that kind of they're tailored to the mechanics and progression. I think that open world games just need to not go bigger artificially just because, right? They need to be rightly sized. So I think that that's an optimization they can all do. But I think that they, at a certain point where open world games need to go is for the NPCs to be believable, you know, for this world that we're having an effect on.
Yeah.
To kind of make sure that you can almost have systemic narrative moments, you know, and that's kind of abstract still. But I think that when you finish an open world game, you still have this big playground to play in, but you have, you know, very little narrative, emotional context. So I think if we can find a way to kind of sustain that play.
Resources, like I was playing Days Gone last night, and I went to the tower that Boozer is in, and he's still wounded, and he's lying in bed, and I walk over to him because I'm like, oh, I want to see what he's going to do, and he's just staring straight up at the sky, right? There's no response. I mean, is it just? Right. Is it just, yeah, we don't have time to build all that in? Is that kind of why? It's like, obviously you want to.
I mean, it's you have to plan your systems perfectly at the beginning for that, you know, and we definitely had a pretty chaotic start. So even if that was in our plans, it would have been a very tough thing to do because you're essentially coming down to hand scripting for a lot of that.
Yeah.
And but it could be systemic with, you know, you just have to focus on the right things early to make sure that characters have schedules or they have arcs, you know, they have a kind of some sort of emotional arc that is for people who want to observe them. It's there, but it has to be something that is systemic and therefore a lot less specific, you know. But it basically delivers on keeping the player immersed, because I'm sure when you looked at Boozer staring at the sky, you're taken out of the game.
I was. That's right. And
so
I mean, it didn't matter, but I was just like, oh, I wanted we're you know, because you put so much work into establishing us as buddies. And now he's wounded. Let me go see what happens if I go over there. And he's just like, you know, but I mean, that's a game right now. That's where we're at in 2021. It happens, you know. I don't know anyone that solves it yet. It will be solved, though. Eddie dropped super chat. He says, I remember Syphon Filter blew my mind as a kid. Being able to shoot out the street lights was next level on PS1. I will always remember the streets. There you go. I will always remember going to Sony Dog and Ponies and seeing you guys use the taser to set people on fire. And marketing just lost their shit. It was just like, this is the next great thing. Julio says, thank you, Julio. Where do you see gaming industry growing by a mid-generation update? Whatever the next iteration of PS5 and Xbox Series X will be. What is the future? He wants to know, Jeff Ross.
Oh, shit. Do I look like Mark Cerny?
Yeah, there you
go. In terms of the hardware or the software? or
I think he just means games. Like, where do you see games going?
Well, you know, the thing that sucks, you know, is because I'm a designer first, is art always gets these generational leaps that are just astounding, and they're beautiful, and everybody can appreciate it right away. For game design, the side of it is, I think that we are still using the same old tools, you know, the same types of tools. Like, there hasn't been a paradigm shift there. So I think that you're going to see games look and feel a lot better and have great performance, but game design is going to have to make a leap in terms of maybe busting some tropes. And these are all domain specific, so depending on the game you're going to make, pick the tropes you want to bust. But I think that really delivering on true systems and paying off every moment where David Jaffe's looking at Boozer when he's asleep to kind of see what he's doing, you know, those are the things that I think will keep players immersed and keep surprising and delighting them. And so that's a layer that's got to come on top of what is kind of a core that is probably not going to change. Because what we found with Days Gone was, one of the other complaints was, it's not that original. And I'm like, well, a couple of reasons there, because we were trying to make the game that we wanted to make, where we were disappointed with others, but at the same time, players and, you know, marketing and execs, they want to feel comfortable. that you're not making something completely crazy and daffy. So it's really tough to evolve in the design space, but I think it's going to have to start upping its game. Just the way that art has these big leaps, design's going to need some, but not to the point where they become obnoxious and intrusive.
What was the one thing on other games that did open world that you guys were like, oh, we want to do it right? Like when you're saying we were making an open world game because we wanted to fix the things that other games did that bugged us. Was there like one specific thing that really stuck in your craw that was like, I can't handle that, I got to fix that?
Yeah, I think that the biggest one was the idea that the player was the alpha predator and the apex predator in this space, and that everything in games typically, this isn't just open world necessarily, but games typically, their progressions are on a power curve where the player starts powerful and gets more powerful, and they you look at the box art for a game and you're like, yeah, right, that there's a fantasy that develops in my mind. And then you play the game and it doesn't quite live up to that. And so I'll use DayZ. It's not the best example, but DayZ is a game where you hear people talking about it. That sounds rad, like you're surviving, it's hand to mouth, you're fighting other people. Well, it was a rough experience, but it was very immersive for the players who did. And the stories they had about getting kidnapped and abducted, I'm like, that sounds awesome, sign me up. But in order to do it, you'd have to play for like 70 hours. Right. You'd have to kind of go out of your way to do it. And I'm like, they're onto something, but it's multiplayer and they can't control it. But I'm like, we could embrace our ambient events, like the thing that kind of drives the open world play should be about capturing the essence of humans being evil, humans being shitty to each other in the apocalypse, as they probably would. And that kind of led to the ambush events, which I'm really proud of for Days Gone, because it was a fight. It was a fight where the designers hated it. A lot of people just didn't understand that when you make a player lose control and power, that's always been perceived as a negative thing. And my whole take was, in order to deliver on that core fantasy, players have to feel they can never be comfortable. And so we basically created this world that comes for you in this free ecosystem where if you stand still too long, somebody's going to smell you out and they're going to hunt you down. And so it's not necessarily a fix for other games so much as an inspiration of elements from other games that needed to coalesce with a singular vision.
That's cool. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know if you heard but I'm super immersed in Days Gone. Though being in that world feels, I think it's there is an ambient aspect to just seeing the freakers. I'm riding my bike and they're just out there doing their thing like wild animals, but they're eating bodies and shit. It's very creepy but beautiful, which I love. I love that about that game. Okay. RPG, thank you for the super chat. Okay, here's what I think we'll do. I mean, look, I have a lot of energy. I can keep going. I don't want to take. We've been going for over 2 hours. I got a bunch of calls. I got a bunch of super chats. We can either do speed round or I can wrap it up and maybe get back, because we're gonna. Hopefully, you had a good enough time. We can bring you back and actually talk game design and game philosophy and get off the article. But you lead the thing. What do you want to do? Do you want to go for another 20 minutes or are we done?
Yeah, no, let's go for another 20 minutes. I am losing my voice, so I think that'll be good.
Hey, Siri, set a timer for 20 minutes. Here she goes. I love Siri.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's bang through them. And thank you guys. I don't want to rush you. And if you want to talk to Jeff a little bit more in detail, hopefully we can get him to come back when we have that conversation. So maybe hang up and call back. But I'm going to blaze through these as fast as possible. Here we go. Basement Radio says, does developing for weaker hardware limit game design?
No. I think that's an excuse.
Okay.
It's a crutch.
Jeff, do you feel, this is Eddie, thank you, sir. Do you feel open world is it a stale place where it's just a map of littered icons and rinse and repeat quests, travel from point A to point B?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying you fix it by the stuff you're talking about, like in terms of more procedural scenarios that get written almost in real time based on player action?
Well, to an extent, but I think that you fix that problem by being bold and being confident enough to ignore people that are really comfortable playing open world games where you just open a map and you look at the shinies and those tell you what to do. I think a game should do this anyway. They should just have a tighter internal consistency to where the player learns where to go and what to look for what he's looking to do. rather than us kind of like having all these neon
So
signs
using
kind
the
of pointing
level,
towards it.
using the level geometry to figure it out versus going
that, and just introducing the rules to the player of the system so that the players can have a question in their mind, like, I bet if I did this, it would pay off, and then making sure that it does pay off. But I think that players aren't comfortable with that is more so than we think. And if you want to be mainstream, you do have to kind of acknowledge players who are very comfortable with some of these things like mini maps with maps with icons on them. But within the games that are, and we did this with our survival mode, was we needed all of this interface, the HUD, in order to kind of guide players. But there are certain players, a small percentage, that don't want that. And so we gave them the opportunity in survival mode to reduce as much of that as possible and kind of limit some other features. But I think you have to do something innovative like that as a kind of a sidecar to your main game.
Is that because you're looking out for the mainstream audience, or are you getting that pressure from marketing or sales or Scott Rohde, or like where does that come from? Or is that a personal...
You're getting it from every single person that plays it and says, I don't know what to do.
Okay, got it. Okay.
And that's where these things you really kind of you need.
So
to
you know the solve, you just haven't integrated the solve. So of course they're going to say that because the solve's not there yet. But that's where you want it to go.
Yep.
Okay, I understand. That's great. That's great. Gun Crazy, thank you, sir. I got 2 questions. We'll make them quick. One is, could Bend Studio break off from Sony to become independent, and Microsoft would buy you outright? I guess, sure. I mean, the guys at Bend and the ladies at Bend could get together and start a company, and then Microsoft could buy them, right?
Yeah, but they're really happy with where they're at now with Sony. So it's
it's possible legally, but probably not.
Legally speaking, yeah.
Could Sony look at the sales of the PC port of Days Gone, which is coming out when? When is that coming out?
I'm not long. I'm not sure exactly
Soon.
when. It's soonish.
What if they look at that? Would they reconsider a Days Gone sequel? I think if you read between the lines, Jeff is basically saying he's not saying there's no Days Gone sequel. He's saying don't take the article at face value, correct?
Well, I'm just saying I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Okay, there you go.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, but let's not be morons, Gun Crazy. If Days Gone on PC, blows up like a motherfucker, and Days Gone on PS Plus game collection blows up, of course Sony's not stupid. Sony is showing, and Jeff is saying that they're going to go where the money is because the costs are such. So I'm sure that's pretty obvious. Will we see Days Gone 2 on PS5? Thank you for the super chat. I don't think he can answer that. He's not answering anything about Days Gone 2, but thank you. You missed my $5. I'm not done. I'm getting to them all. Contextual Gamer just paid us, Jeffrey, and he says, and I'll split this with you if you want. He says, you missed he paid us $2 to tell us he missed the $5 chat. We'll get to it. Phantom Raven says, Jeff, what are your thoughts on an open world Mortal Kombat game? I'm assuming it's safe to assume you're working on Mortal Kombat or a fighting game, but regardless, what do you think about an open world MK game?
Wow, that would be crazy. I mean, it certainly wouldn't lean on the core mechanics, but I think a Mortal Kombat action adventure game would be pretty cool. Would be pretty rad. But
they've tried it before, but to do it really, I mean, that's one of those genres that they could take. Or one of those IPs that they could really expand and do something cool with.
Oh, dude, it's such an insane IP. I mean, it's wonderful. So beloved, and so it's almost like I'm not saying Marvel Cinematic Universe, but there's a history there.
Yeah.
And a lot of characters and a lot of fan love for things that it's they've got a lot to play with if they wanted to branch out and do other things.
If you're watching the stream, we maybe no, I'm not watching the stream, Jeff. You fucking moron. We're doing Popcorn and Pot tonight, and we're watching Mortal Kombat Annihilation, just so you know. Listen, have you seen the new Mortal Kombat movie? As an employee of NetherRealm. No, you haven't seen it. Okay. Getting to test Days Gone. This is Schnaggers. Thank you, sir. Getting to test Days Gone after it being one of my most anticipated games, then for it to be one of my favorite games ever, was just magical. Thank you. There you go. Yeah. Combo, thank you, sir. He says, ma'am, amazing interview, amazing job, Jaffe. Question is thank you. Is there any clue he can give us about the game that you are working on at NetherRealm? It was a big surprise to hear that you are working at NetherRealm.
No, I can't. Sorry, guys. New gig. I don't want to. I got to work with these guys, but no, not allowed to say it. But it's going to be awesome.
Okay. Same guy drops a $75 super chat. Is it true that Ed Boon picks one person to punch in the face every Monday morning?
I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Fair enough. No. Okay.
Ed Boon is the sweetest guy.
I know. I've met Ed several times. He's a very good. He's one of my favorites. One of my favorites in the industry. I guess he's the Tom Hanks of video games, right?
Totally.
Okay.
Totally.
Jeff, what kind of feedback did Sony give you? This is Shangs on Days Gone. From someone who follows video game news closely, my impression, that's his impression, was sales were great. Is there any chance the PC release could save the franchise? So again, it's, thank you for the super chat. It's appreciated. But yeah, it's this, he can't answer. But let me ask you this. Is it correct to assume, or is it logical to assume that if PC does great and if it continues to do well on PlayStation Plus, Sony might even warm, whether they're warm already or not, of course they might start to even say this is even more exciting to do a sequel?
Well, I think that the success of any of their games on the PC is how that whole thing is going to work out is TBD. It's great that there's a new audience for it that would never be able to play it, but it's not the core business yet. And so I think that the impact you're going to see on the success or whatever the performance is of these games is going to drive a longer term strategy. It's not going to necessarily say, let's move this title into production, let's cut that one, let's do this. I think they're looking at the viability of the space. And, with it, it's a different demographic. It's people with different control schemes and different inputs. And I think that it's about bringing the games to them and a larger audience more than anything at this point. But yeah, it's not going to have individual impact anywhere.
Got it.
It's going to be part of a larger strategy.
Okay. He also wants to know what kind of feedback did Sony give you? Was Sony happy when you sat down with Connie and Scott Rhodey and all the gang? Were they like, whatever the critics say or whatever it sold, you done good? Or were they like, I mean, what was? How did they share with you the feedback when it was all done? What do you think they thought? Were they happy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I mean, obviously, there's the perception of the quality of the game, and then there's the reality of it, which it's muddied, I guess. But no, very, very supportive. Never. You guys failed to do this. They give you the benefit of the doubt and know that you're intelligent and you're thoughtful and reflective, and that you're going to kind of make the necessary. You're going to calculate what the necessary changes are. So very, very respectful in that way. But it is funny because I talked about 2 years in development, how we had nothing. Yep. And people were questioning the design team and all this, and it was really tough. Like Grady was in there, yep. Scott and Shu and all these guys. Like they wanted to believe, they really, really did. And then as there wasn't proof of it early, and I was like, oh, I've lost these guys for real. But they all three of them went on to platinum the game. Shu would send me all kinds of questions while he was playing it. We helped him through some of those things. Scott loved it, played it. Grady thought it was his game of the year. So that was nice for me. Was to these people who saw how the sausage got made, still like the sausage.
Why do you think?
So those are the real gamers.
People say, Jeffy, what do you do now if you're not making video games? My current profession is burning bridges. So there's no way Microsoft would ever hire me because I think Phil Spencer is a genius executive, but he's a shitty fucking manager when it comes to managing product development because the proof is in the pudding. Okay, but what do you think it is about Sony? Whether it is Shu or Connie or Scott or Shannon Studstill for a while, or Yumi Yang, what the fuck do they do from your experience, because now you've been to a couple of different places, that allows them to consistently be able to manage the creative process as well as they do when companies like Microsoft that have all these resources, they just can't seem to get it together? What is that? What do you have a theory?
My it's just a theory, is that Sony hasn't been worried about the bottom line. It's a factor, but they really, for the longest time, they wanted to make great games that sold the hardware. So that still exists, and I still think it's the dominant DNA, despite everything else we already talked about. So it's just something where I feel like that lack of a corporate vibe, where there's shareholders that are feel like they're involved with this. They're just letting really talented developers do their thing with some feedback, but not direction. And it's when you hire the right talent, the right talented developers and retain them, then it's going to lead to great things. And I think it's as simple as that. It's just trying to create great games, not trying to create great bottom lines.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. And that's good. It's so crazy that other companies just can't seem to get it together. It's right there. Go to fucking Sony College. Look at what they do. Replicate it. Okay. Where'd it go? Rob the Mod says, as a big fan of Sons of Anarchy, I feel like Days Gone was made for me. After unlocking the true ending, it is lame that we won't see part 2. Rob the Mod, thank you, sir. He's not saying that. Just be aware, he's not saying that. He's not saying that, but you know. Brampton Bodman says, what do you think about creating a PlayStation boutique label? Smaller games, smaller budget with expectations set. Place for Syphon Filter to live. I'll give you my answer first. I fucking love it. I don't know why Sony doesn't do it. Maybe they just, I don't fucking know. What do you think about that, though?
I'm sorry, I was reading a text.
Yeah, he wants to, well, basically the idea of what about a play, you know, how a lot of movie studios open up sort of boutique, smaller indie labels under Fox Films or whatever. Why doesn't Sony, or what do you think about Sony opening up like PlayStation Boutique, where there are $5 million, $8 million games, and they can do a Syphon Filter, or they can do a Twisted, or they can do a slide that doesn't have to look and be at the production value level, but still brings those games back into the fold and into fans. What does your business sense say? Would that do well, or that probably wouldn't do well?
The thing about hits is you don't know until you know, right? So I think that definitely the idea of you never know something's gonna be successful until it's out. And when you hear developers like Naughty Dog, kind of being worried that Uncharted 1 was maybe not going to be, a success, it just shows that we're all insecure and we don't know. So nothing's guaranteed to be successful. And a lot of things definitely like Minecraft coming out of a one-man team. Among Us coming from very small teams.
It's amazing.
Those are great, but for every one of those, there's 100 or 1,000, 100 or 1,000 kind of things that you never hear of. So I think the idea of placing your bets on placing your chips on a lot of bets is a good idea.
Right.
But you just got to be mindful of the success rate's probably going to be a low percentage. But ideally, when the one or two things hit over time, they're going to be big. And I think that's worth doing if the companies have tolerance for loss, but in order to kind of sustain the next IP, 20 years down the road, like maybe they do have to start with these lower stress development environments.
I think so. Callers, I'm not going to be able to get to your calls. If I can get Jeff back on, we will make that a bigger part of the show. But his voice is going, and I only have a few more minutes with him, and I got to get through these super chats. I so appreciate you guys being patient. It will be the first thing we do if we can convince Jeff to come back on. But I don't want to hold him any longer than he's already given us well over 2 hours. So thank you guys. I will be more than happy to stay on and talk to you, but I can't keep Jeff until when Jeff says it's time. We'll keep talking, but he's going to go. So if you want to hang on the off chance he wants to talk, but it's not. I mean, the guy's given us a lot of fucking time. So I'm just giving you a warning because I don't want you to be upset with me. Okay. Christopher dropped super chat. Jaffe and Jeff, thank you so much for doing this interview. It's fantastic. Jeff can't speak. His voice is going. And I will say on behalf of him, cool, man. We're awesome. No, I appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you as well. Jojo D's dropped super chat. He says, my 53-year-old brother is asking, do you own a bike, Jeff? What is it? And more importantly, why did you choose that bike?
Yes, as a matter of fact. So I started riding a motorcycle halfway through development of Days Gone. And before then, I was just terrified of motorcycles, just because motorcycles. But I was just really intrigued. I mean, we didn't need to use that to bring anything to the bike itself, but just a matter of like, I spent a lot of time on a motorcycle in the game. And I'm like, this is kind of fascinating. I want to know what the fuss is about. So me and another designer we did the safety course, got our licenses. And when I was at the Harley dealership, I'm like, oh, I just want a bike. It's my first bike. I'm probably going to lay it down. I'm probably going to fuck it up somehow. So let me get it. So the cheapest one, but the best looking Harley at the shop was an Iron Horse 883, I think. And the guy says, people try talking me out of it, but they're like, because you can't go 120 on the freeway. I'm like, well, I don't want to go 120 on the freeway because I'm a pussy.
Right.
And that's why I haven't ridden a bike this whole time. So I got the 883 and I've had it for like maybe 3 or 4 years. I have crashed it, broke my ankle one time too. So I feel like I'm a real biker now. But I still ride it, and I will ride on the freeways here in town. Going 70, 80, it feels just fine. A little bit more power would have been nice in hindsight, but not to use it, but to use it when you need it. Would have been the thing. But it's a blast. Riding a bike, the world looks at you different. Like you pull into a gas station, they call you sir. They're very respectful. Yeah,
that's fascinating.
And the coolest moment was I was driving down the road from work one night, and there was construction up ahead. And before I got there, I'm like, oh, I can't go through. So I started turning around and they're like, oh, no, come on. And they started moving stuff aside from me and everything. So it's really weird. I mean, you get a lot of dudes giving you like kind of thumbs up in cars and stuff like that. That's would have preferred women to be more into it, but it's just a lot of fun. It's cool to wear the jacket and the helmet and kind of the boots and ride around. And it's if they be safe, wear a helmet if you guys do it. Take safety courses. You'll learn that it's usually the rider's fault if there's ever an accident. It's like 80% of them are your fault. If you get to a comfort level, they're economical. They're good on the fuel economy is great. They're fun to ride. I wish I would have done it sooner.
That's awesome. I think it's amazing that they look at you different. That's and again, I'm telling you, I'm playing again. Whatever. It's just my head. When I play Days Gone, there's a I'm very in my creative work and in my business work. I consider myself apex predator. I'm alpha. Nothing will stop me. Blah blah blah. Everywhere else in my life, I'm beta as they come. Call me soy boy. I'm like, yes, I like soy milk. It's good stuff. So when I play Days Gone, it's the manliest I feel. I mean, I feel cool when I'm taking the knife and opening trunks and popping hoods and taking out, alterators and shit. There's something about it that I don't experience. So maybe that vibe actually comes through in the game, and maybe I should get a bike now. I'm just talking to myself now. Hey Siri, remind me to call my therapist and ask about a bike.
You can split lanes down there though with a bike, dude. Think of all that traffic you hate.
That's perfect. Yeah, Jeff, Classic Krusty says you need a biker babe. I don't know if he's married or not, or what he's into or not, but you need a biker partner is what they're saying. Okay, fair enough. Okay, Willie says, should critics have to show proof they finished a game, at least the main story, before putting out a review?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. RPG, thank you for that. How do you feel about the way Contextual says open world games tell a story? Gaps in cutscenes being rewarded. Also can be too many bad, like Metal Gear Solid is to some people. How do you feel gaps in cutscenes being rewarded? I don't know what that means, Contextual. If you want to, I can ask him offline, and I'm more than happy to get back to you with an answer because you paid for it. But I don't know what to do with that. Somebody 89 says, thank God Jaffe doesn't follow Apple anymore. Yeah, they broke my heart, man. I was a total fanboy. Thank you for that. Okay, Gun Crazy says, no, that we already did that one. Contextual Gamer, he's the guy who says you missed my $5 chat. I don't understand your question, so don't pay for it. But and guys, as much as I love that you're sending us money, I gotta let him go. So please don't send any more super chats. Okay, ask me again, and I will get an answer from Jeff for you, Contextual. But I don't understand your question. Rambo says, thanks so much for being on the interview. Thoughts on higher frame rates updating a game from 30 to 60 and even higher? Like, what if playing Days Gone in 120 frames, and how would that enhance gameplay?
Play it on the PC, and you guys will be able to see.
It's 120 on the PC?
It's unlocked.
Interesting. And what do you think, though? I mean, do you think it matters?
I think the performance matters. Days Gone running at 30 until you know better is awesome. If you get it to stay 30, but playing it at 60, there's no going back. It changes your mindset for everything. For a game to just kind of be so responsive and fluid is we should all be striving for that. Okay. And the tension there is, but do we want a beautiful frame or do we want 60 frames? And designers 60 frames feels better. And beyond that, I don't know how much value there is. There's people that love to stress their video cards. 60 to me is really impressive. It's twice as much as it was before, and it was fine. It was fun at 30. So, but 60 I think should be the new floor.
Cool, I agree. NeoWise, is the SSD in the PS5 a way to help make open world game design different or easier, or evolve the genre?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what people will notice with Days Gone on the PS5 is the install went way down because with that SSD, it's slow memory. It's a fast hard drive, and it's almost as fast as memory. So you don't have to duplicate as many things on the disk because you're not seeking, you don't have to duplicate terrain in so many different places. So just on a technical level, it immediately changes some of the paradigms. And you still have to be smart with memory management and streaming and loading and stuff, but those hard drives do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Okay. Matrix, would Sean Layden, thank you, Matrix, would Sean Layden proposition of shorter games before leaving partially solve the cost issue and give them more flexibility for diverse games? So Sean, if you don't remember, he was like, I'd love to go back to 8 to 12-hour AAA games. And then he left. Do you think that would actually help at this point? Or is it like you answered earlier, you have to find the fun and iterate and build systems, and that's where most of the cost is anyway?
Yeah, and it's that part for sure. But also it goes back to, the desired length against. I like short games, but I live in an ecosystem where I have a lot of games. So therefore it's self-serving, just so I can play other ones. People who are buying 4 games a year, it's a great value for them, and you don't want to milk it, but you want to provide you want to provide value for these players where you can. And not everybody looks at it as the short game as being the win. I do too. But it's for the right game, we'll invest a lot of time, and I think you just have to be mindful of that.
Okay, Willie, do you think game review? Kind of the same thing. Yeah. Do you think game reviews should have to show some sort of proof they finish? You said yes. Okay. Dick Jones, what hopes does Ben have for horde size if Days Gone 2 was PS5 only? I love the game and the religious cult was well fleshed out. Great interview. So I assume the hordes would just get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? I mean,
not necessarily. I mean, I think that maybe some growth with new hardware, with basically, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And where the horde could go, just making it twice as big doesn't make it twice as fun. Right. Because it just means you're running away for twice as long.
So twice as smart?
I think, what's that?
Twice as smart, perhaps?
I think that things like that are where you go into. So you basically, you're not making the battle bigger, you're just making it more strategic. Right. And I think that's the best place for designers to take the horde, because the horde, even when you're good, they're tough.
Right. Okay. App99, Jason just said Jeff ain't being honest. I have no idea what that means, but App99, thank you so much for the super chat. Did Ben think about, this is from Pyotrek, using Unreal Engine 5 in the future? On Days Gone 2, what engine would you guys want to use?
Unreal 5 would be sweet. The thing about using Unreal is, unlike kind of a proprietary engine, when you're done with the game and you want to upgrade, you're going to basically upgrade it, you break everything because the engine has moved on since you forked. So Unreal 5 is sexy as hell. Again, I probably shouldn't go into the choices the studio's making, but Unreal 5, I'd love to make a game in Unreal 5. It's that sweet. And Unreal 4 was fun, but 5 is tailored towards the next generation hardware and the SSDs. So I think that
if you had
anybody making an open world game. What's that?
Well, I was going to say, if you were still at Bend and you had a choice and they said, learn Unreal 5 or learn Decima, which one would you rather make Days Gone 2 in, given what you know now about Days Gone 1?
The engine that I could own would be the one that I chose. The one that...
Oh, meaning that you had more mastery over?
One that we owned. So basically, the difference between an Unreal and something like Decima is... we could own Decima, it would be ours. It wouldn't be something that we would be responsible for all the updates. And that's where it gets weird.
Okay.
With Unreal, what are they going to create and what are you going to create? And it's, but if it's your tech, then the answer is very simple.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
Okay. Tuda says, both of you guys are legends. How do you both feel about the future of gaming for yourselves in the industry? I will answer very quickly, which is, I love gaming now more that I'm not doing development. I'm very much I have fallen back in love with the medium now that I'm not creating for the medium. So I'm hoping I'm able to stay out of the medium unless there's very specific things for a very long time. The industry for me is all about procedural narrative. I think ultimately that's the holodeck. It's not VR, it's not AR, it's the story wrapping itself around your choices in a way that you don't even know.
Yep.
Oh, you would agree?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
Okay. Almost done. I promise, Jeff. I'm sorry, bud. I'm not apologizing for their generosity. I'm apologizing because I know we're wearing you out.
That's all right.
Juan says, I wanted to say appreciate what you guys have done and continue to do. Juan, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Cook Terrence says, as a fan of Last of Us 2, how did the studio react to leaks and the effects? Did you all have to meet to make sure the same didn't happen to Days Gone? Well, Days Gone was out before Last of Us 2, so you guys didn't really have that scrutiny anyway because it was a new IP, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming people think... I saw some data, and I know you can't share this, but I saw some data. I had always been curious if the leaks or, frankly, and I'm with you on Last of Us 2. I didn't love Last of Us 1. I adore Last of Us 2. I think it's fucking phenomenal. And I think it's, as a progressive and just as a human, I think it's wonderful that we have a fucking 200 million plus video game starring lesbians. I mean, it's like, finally, you know. But I was always curious if that may have hurt their bottom line. But I'm seeing figures that suggest that maybe it did not.
I don't think it did. I think that it strengthened it in some ways. You know, maybe, you know, if they lost some people, maybe they gained more. But
a lot more.
What they did is they just boldly went in a direction and embraced it and celebrated, and it took risks. So yeah, I love the woke sensibility of it, but it doesn't feel contrived.
No.
And you know, I think it's Abby and Lev were you know, two of the most innovative characters I've ever seen, and the game was so cinematic that it really got you in that pull between, man, I really love Ellie, but she's being a bitch, she's being unreasonable, and Abby, yeah, she did something terrible. And to get a player thinking that way, you're entering the space of novels and movies, the types of kind of dialogues and tensions that exist in our minds. They captured that, so I think that I wouldn't change a thing. They did it right, even though there was a lot of noise.
Okay. Anthony, Days Gone was taken down by Social Justice Warrior Games Media. The game was not a 71 on Metacritic. No way. He's just sharing his thoughts on that. We've talked about that. 007 says, thank you for Syphon Filter. It means a lot to me. Anthony says, Days Gone preached self-reliance and was slightly right-wing. So Social Justice Warrior left-wing Games Media tried their damnedest to take it down. I mean, maybe they did, but I'm super left wing, I'm super progressive, and I can tell you, I love the tone. Like, I don't get Deacon as a dick at the beginning. I just get that he's just like, you know, I'm not that kind of guy. My dad wasn't that kind of guy, but I know there are a lot of guys that are just like that. And it was kind of refreshing for a big title to have someone that didn't seem to be ashamed of just being a guy and didn't seem to apologize for it. It was like, oh, that's bizarrely, that's refreshing given where we're at with so many games. So, but I appreciate the comment on behalf of reading it to Jeff. What if, Alex, what if Days Gone took place in Syphon Filter universe? What if Gabe Logan tried to sabotage the facility where Sarah was working? What if? I mean, then you've got an interesting...
Dude, right. I mean, that, like I said, if I were 100% in control, that would be the world. You know, they would be the same thing, and we would overlap the hell out of things.
Right.
And so I'm a fan.
Okay. These are the last two super chats. Any advantage with PS5 having one set of hardware? Meaning if you're going to make... If Days Gone 2 is going to get made, or what NetherRealm is making right now, is limited to one box. It's not going to be on Xbox, not going to be on PS4. It's only PS5 or Xbox X only, whatever. As a developer, do the fans of the game see better results because you only are focused on one piece of hardware?
So in the case of our menu system, I think that's a prime example of where knowing your hardware and knowing there's no split can really enable the team. So what our UX lead, his vision from the beginning was that we take this touchpad and we make it the swipe pad. And it's something where once you start to do it with Days Gone and then you play other games, you feel like they need to catch up, because you could just press the button and go to a conventional menu, or you could swipe immediately in the direction of the page that you wanted to go to. So a lot of games, they assume, well, let's start them on the map, or let's start them on the quest screen, or start them here. So we don't have that issue because the players are in control of, you know, up, down, left, right. So they can go to like the 4 regions of the map before they dive into the submenus. That would have only been possible on, you know, the PS4, PS5 now. So that part's pretty cool. Is it enough to kind of support the isolation and being on a single platform? Maybe it's not worth it, but it is definitely an enhancement of things that have already been there. because of the hardware and because we could count on it.
Okay. Last one, Daniel Taylor says, I just want to say I'm sorry if it's true Days Gone 2 isn't happening. I really loved it. I wanted a second one. I would have improved the storytelling, but I'm really sad to hear the news. It was my very first platinum. Oh, interesting. Okay, well.
Yeah, yes, the platinum. This was great. Our platinums, I wanted to be way harder, but we, the size of the game was so big that we kind of hedged near the end, saying, well, if one of the trophies fails, we get kicked out of certification, set us back. So the studio director kind of put on me to make all the trophies doable within a week, and we simplified them for the better, because there is something profound about finishing a game, but there's something even more profound about getting your platinum. You bond with it. It holds a more special place in your heart. And for people to be able to do that with the game is great. Like you still have to work for it, but if you decide you want to do it, you can do it. It's not prohibitive. And the amount of tweets I get or messages from people that say that it was their first platinum is, I think, it was an accident that we wound up doing that. But I'm so glad that it wound up that way, because I think it serves the game, it serves the gamers, and it kind of puts out a new bill of rights for gamers, that you shouldn't have trophy systems that are grinds.
I agree with that. Okay, I have one final question. There are callers waiting, not a lot. You're done? I take it your voice is gone, dude. So
yeah, I'm losing my voice.
Okay, so if you decide to come back, you guys hang out. I'll get your calls, but if you decide to come back, which I hope you do, so we can talk game design. I
would love to, for the record.
And I will have all that fixed, all this bullshit fixed. I never had this problem before. My last question. Jason Schreier's article paints an image of Bend, Naughty Dog, VASG, the Visual Artists Service Group, sort of at odds. That's what he thinks he knows. Do you think that story is not accurate? It's only accurate because he found some people that aren't happy, and in that there's always going to be people who aren't happy. But do you think that reflects the overall experience of those three groups working together? Or do you think that's just some people who are like, yeah, we don't like it here, and Jason asked us and we'll take the spotlight, why not? Or do you think there's some validity to that argument or to that statement?
I think that Jason is a serious journalist, and he brings a lot of integrity to his reporting. So did he find a narrow group of people that had this opinion? I don't believe. I believe that he did a diverse amount of research on this. So, I wasn't privy to the VASG Naughty Dog relationship. Our relationship over the years, going back to like 2009 with Naughty Dog, has always been good, and they've been incredibly supportive. There are pain points sometimes, for sure, but I think that there's elements of truth. I think that the article is true, based on the sources. And I think that he sources I think he gets a lot of good sources. So I have faith in him, and I respect the article, even if it's not everybody's version of events. But I think the industry needs more people like Jason to kind of hold our feet to the fire in terms of bad habits that we have that create bad working conditions, maybe, and other things. But no, like I said, tremendous amount of respect for Jason. I've read Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. I'm going to read the next one when it comes out. So I think that you guys should still qualify it, leave room for other interpretations of things. But I think that where there's smoke, there's fire.
I hate that your voice
it's a super hedgy answer. I know.
No, it's a good answer, because I'm like, you motherfucker, it's the last question and your voice is gone because, oh my God, that's a great Pandora's box, you motherfucker. But I appreciate it. No, it's good. It's I have one more question related to that. I'm sorry. I'll let you go. I'm so sorry. The very nature, though, as a manager, can that be helped, though, right? You're always going to have pain points. You're always going to have drama when you put people, let alone highly skilled, highly paid, highly educated people together, which is what you need to make video games. Is there a fire worth putting out, or is like that going, Jason, that's the creative process, man, when you're dealing this high wire act? Like, is he reporting on something worth reporting on, or is he just saying, I'm trying to make it into something, but this is every time that you make a game?
I do think that it is almost every time you make a game. There's issues. I mean, every time you make a game, there's issues especially as teams grow larger and more diverse. You've got different work ethics, you've got different mindsets, you got different professional expectations of professionalism on their part. You get Hollywood people who come in and they're like, dude, we have line producers who can calculate how much it takes to do anything. But they've also got 140 years of empirical data.
And they have a they have a screenplay that they're
and they're not rebuilding the camera and the dolly tracks every time either. So they're similar but vastly different. And could we do a cascaded schedule or a waterfall schedule? In theory, but you don't know what you don't know. And when you're trying to find the fun, and you're trying to do something new, you got to take risks, and you can't calculate with those costs.
Okay, so his article is correct in that there are actually some things that need to be improved, but it also reflects the fact that that's just the business as well. So it's kind of there's both of those are true.
Yes, and again, to hedge a little bit and kind of cover my butt here is. I think that Jason would not. I think that Jason's story is accurate. Maybe the severity of things could be. Is the variable element there? But I believe him. But I also believe that it's not necessarily a terrible state of the industry.
Gotcha. Okay, you're over 50 years old.
Yes, sir.
I'm not 50 years old. I'm 49. Your beard looks like you're 28. What the fuck is happening in Oregon, and should I move there?
No, because I got plenty of gray. I just what do they say? Vanity goeth before the fall.
Oh, okay, that's conscious. That's a look.
I do use a little bit of henna, but I'm honest about it.
Okay, so you're cultivating a look. I understand.
Well, no, I'm 50, but I'm afraid of getting older. So it's it all comes down to that. But no, I'm more than honest about it. There's plenty of gray here. You just can't see it. But
gotcha.
Here it's dark, and then it radiates, and it looks like yours.
Now,
so
here's one of the benefits of being average looking like I am. We never got used to being called. We never had the pretty privilege. So we don't care when we get old. People like you who are nice looking folks, it's like, well, sucks to be you now because you got to put all that shit into it. But good for you. It's
well, thank you.
You're
the
look
only
50.
person who's ever said that, dude. I wish that worked my life. I wish I were Don Draper.
All right. Well, you don't look 50. You look great. It's so good to meet you. Thank you for your time, man. I would love to have you back on when your voice is rested and all this shitstorm is passed and we can really get into the meat of game design, because it sounds like you've got some really cool ideas, especially about open world. I will reach out in a couple of weeks or a month if you're open to it. I would love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I look forward to that conversation because, I have had to hedge a little bit here. Sorry, guys. Please appreciate that and understand. I'm generally very open, but I just can't be 100% here. But on the game design stuff, yeah, absolutely. We could talk shop. We could go into deep dives. Nothing's off limits at that point, and I really look forward to it.
Okay, I'm going to stay on the line. We're going to let Jeffrey go so I can get some of these calls. And if there's anything drastic, I'll send you a tweet or an email and say, oh, this is a great question. When you get a moment, could you just type me a response?
Yep.
All right, Jeff,
cool.
Thanks,
right.
buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, so let me get these calls really quick. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the great conversation. And let me get some calls because you guys have been waiting. I apologize, but I've done interviews like this before and it wasn't a problem. For some reason, we could not get Jeff on with the callers. The next guest who comes on, and when Jeff comes back, I will have that worked out. For now, this is Alex Roca. Alex, what do you want to talk about? Alex, go. All right, we'll put him back on mute. This is Brolov. Brolov, go.
Hi, Effie.
What's up, man?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
I just want to say that God of War 1 was a really, really good game.
Oh.
And thank you for this wonderful conversation tonight.
Well, on behalf of all of us who made God of War, thank you. On behalf of myself and Jeff, thank you. I had so much fun talking to him. I had never met him before, and it was really cool to talk to a guy who has such insight and can articulate game design and sort of management of game design in his ways. So thanks for watching and thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thank you, man.
All right, talk to you soon. Alex Roca, we'll try you again. Are you there, buddy? Nope. Okay. Alex, what's up, man?
Hi. I will ask to...
You got to talk a little louder. You're really quiet.
Yeah. I want to ask him about freedom.
You want to ask him about what?
Creative freedom inside Sony.
Oh, okay. Creative freedom inside Sony. Okay.
On AAA, if other than ask him about logical stuff, about taking care about huge budget and making sure they reach the quality and differentiate, from The Last of Us.
Gotcha. Okay.
If they have creative freedom there.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Alex. I'll speak to that real quick, and then if he wants to chime in later, I'll get back to you guys in the next stream. Thanks, Alex.
Okay, thank you.
My gut is what he would say is what he has already said about that, which is, the messaging that is out there, and I don't know, I read that interview we just did with Jeffrey. I know it's Jeff. It's fun for me. I don't know what to tell you. I read that a little bit differently maybe than some people. Like I'll be curious what people took in terms of, is Days Gone 2 still in production? I was fascinated by what he said at the end about Jason's article. I mean, he, as much as he was being a very responsible grown-up that has payments to the Harley dealership for his bike, the fact that he's giving Jason Schreier a lot of credit, saying the article is true, maybe it's not as hyperbolic, but it's true. I think there's a lot of telling stuff there. So related to what Alex was saying, one of the things I took from this is, yes, there's creative freedom at Sony. Yes, it is still in the DNA because you've got people like Rhodey and Connie and Herman who are continuing to allow teams to work, but they are obviously having to close the moat or raise the moat. That's wrong. Close the gates a little bit tighter, I guess. I don't have an analogy. I'm sorry. In the sense that budgets are getting higher and it's not as free for all as it used to be. And in that there is some pain, but it's not like EA where it's like marketing says you have to make a game with 6 gorillas, right? It's not that. That's what I get. Caveman, it's Jaffe. What's up? Okay.
Hey,
yeah, go. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, actually, I mean, this is kind of more something that I'd like you to get into with him, but he sounds like he's more on the sort of the technical building system kind of side, where the other guy was more the narrative. And I'd love for you to talk.
I'm going to bring, well, I've spoken with John Garvin, who was his sort of partner, who is no longer there either. And I've emailed him. He also writes books and is an editor. His new book finally came out recently, and he was waiting to finish his book. So now that his book is done, I'm going to reach out to him again and say, will you please come on? Because, yeah, I want to hear his side of it. I want to hear the narrative stuff. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. You would like to hear him discuss maybe more of the character and story aspect of Days Gone?
I think that too, but I actually really want to know about the intersection of that, like the actual integration between the story and the systems and like sort of the struggles of that. Because I feel like that's kind of...
Caveman, hang on a sec. It's my daughter. She's a knucklehead. And she's gone. Okay, sorry. You want to know about the intersection of how the narrative and the mechanics kind of come together?
Yeah, because I think that's like the big thing, and especially like the challenge with video games now with all these like big blockbuster sort of story-based games is like the culmination of that. And so I kind of want to know about the struggles of that.
I don't think you're wrong. I'm trying to think, what was the game I was playing recently? Oh, you know what? I was playing with Rob the Mod. I was playing It Takes Two. And that game, I think, reflects the marriage of narrative and mechanics better than any game. I mean, there's a few indie games that I would cite that are maybe stronger, but the fact that you're playing that game and the narrative is exactly about trying to get shit done with the partner and how hard that can be sometimes is fascinating. And so, yeah, I would love to talk to them about that as well in regards to how do you reflect the narrative emotional beats of Days Gone while you're actually having gunfights and shit like that. So I will definitely bring that up. Thanks, man.
Problem.
All right. Goodbye, Caveman. This is somebody for, I don't know what your name. It's come on, man. Foroat. Come on, I don't know what to tell you. He's on. You got a Jack and Daxter logo. What's up, man? Your name starts with an F and the next number's a 4. Are you on? Can you hear me? Oh shit. There you go. Are you on? Go. Go. You're on,
Hello?
buddy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. As a creative, I always found interesting the problem that some studios have between choosing and making a sequel or a new IP or working on a licensed property like Spider-Man. Um, how do you choose what next project you want to work on as a team when you're not sure if it's going to be greenlit by your publisher, in this case Sony?
Well, I mean, my understanding of the way Sony does it still is teams will go to Sony and pitch something. And I guess it's Herman, and it's obviously Jim Ryan, and it's probably guys from sales and ladies from sales. I don't know who's in that sort of star chamber that says yes or no. But sometimes it will be that. It will usually be a team. And in terms of what it is, I think it's just really a question of what the team's interested in. I know when I was still doing stuff with Sony, we went to them. I'd gone to Sony twice over the years and said, I want to do an Iron Man game. The first time was before there was even an Iron Man movie. And that was a license. If I was still at Sony as a regular employee, I would be banging on their door every week going, can I please make a Marvel superheroes, super cute kart racing battle game, So sometimes I think those desires still come from the team. But I imagine as the budgets get bigger, you're probably going to start to see a bigger play with franchises that are already established. So they know Tsushima works, they know God of War works, they know Last of Us works, they know Nathan Drake works. You're probably going to start seeing more of a Nintendo factor at Sony with these characters. You'll still take chances, but they might be in worlds and IPs that have already been proven. That's just my theory. But if we get him back on, we will ask him that. I appreciate the question, buddy. Thank you.
I'm asking because after playing Days Gone, I saw a lot of systems and mechanics that could have worked with other like existing license like Blade or Ghost Rider, and I always wondered how a longtime studio like Band could approach Sony to pitching like we want to make like a Blade game or a Ghost Rider game using those mechanics and try to bring players to learn more about those characters in this universe.
Yeah, sometimes it might be Marvel coming now that Marvel has a great relationship with PlayStation. Maybe Marvel comes. I think the birth of every project is different, and it's as unique as the individuals who make it. So I don't think there's always you never know why someone's going to be inspired to propose something. But that's my experience. But we can bring it up again next time we have them on. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, buddy. Okay, this is Kurangi. Kurangi, go.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. What's up?
All right, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, like, what do you think about, I feel like with God of War, a big part of that, or Kratos' journey was that he obviously he's an anti-hero, but it's kind of like taking a step further where I don't know if he even learns anything at the end.
Are you talking about God of War? Which God of War? God of War 1 or the new one?
No, the old ones, but I mean like 1 to 3. I'm not really familiar with Ascension, but I just mean that journey that he has where it's just kind of like the end is just like him finding peace. And I feel like I'd like to see more games where, the protagonist doesn't really learn anything at the end and it's more about them just kind of getting to an ending. I mean, what do you think about that? Like
I think,
games.
I think I don't think. Look, I think if you take a writing class, they will tell you that every character in a good story has an arc. But I also think if you look at comic books, and I've asked comic book writers this because there was a time I wanted to learn to write comics, and I would ask. I asked Kurt Busiek, I asked Mark Waid, I asked very famous comic writers, Paul Jenkins. I said, I don't understand it. I'm always told that I need my characters to grow, and yet you can't grow Spider-Man. You can't have the end of issue 800 Amazing Spider-Man suddenly be Spider-Man decides he wants to go in a different direction. And they're like, yeah, what they find makes a lot of sense is to give different like co-starring characters the arcs and let Spider-Man be consistent. So I don't, in God of War 1, the one that I was the lead writer on and the game director and the lead designer, Kratos at the end he was only different in that I guess he had made peace within reason that he was always going to be tortured mentally. But yeah, I never thought to give him an arc. I thought he was good.
I feel like that's, sorry to interrupt, I feel like that's the end of all three of the games almost, just with sort of different ways, like
the third
your one ends.
I think the third one a lot of people cite as their favorite, but I think it was really weird that he had to find hope at the end of the third one. I was just like, that felt very contrived to me. But a lot of people love that game, and I love the game too. It's one of my favorite games that year. But that part of the story rang false to me.
Yeah, I actually would totally agree. Like, I like almost everything in 3 except the ending, where I was just kind of like, it kind of deconstructed itself too much and had too many like, we got you out. You weren't expecting that. Like too many times in a row where you're like, I'm disconnected now.
Why do you talk so funny?
Oh, me? I'm in Scotland.
Oh, that's weird. I'm kidding.
I'm Scottish.
I'm kidding.
I'm Scottish.
I know you're Scottish. What accent am I doing right now? Can you tell what accent this is?
A crazy one?
Yes, exactly.
But
exactly.
Most people that are around where I'm from would be like, oh, how are you doing? Oh, this is how I sound, eh? With the sort of that kind of voice. But that's more
I think what is her name who played Amy Pond on Doctor Who? She's in the Marvel movies as Nebula. She's in Jumanji.
Oh, I know the actress, but I don't know her name. Yeah.
She's got the sexiest fucking Scottish accent. It doesn't matter. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it, buddy.
That's cool.
All right, man. All right, this is Fat Boo. What's up, Fat Boo? Go.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
All the time, anytime. You're too quiet.
All right, man. I was really happy that you brought up It Takes Two. I can't wait to play that game, and I think two-player co-op games need to be like, there has to be more of them out there. I played their previous game, A Way Out, which was incredibly fun with my friend, and I played their previous game, Brothers, which in terms of storytelling experience, I was not expecting. It's not a spoiler, I hope. I wasn't expecting the end, but it was really, really great. The point that I'm getting at here is two-player co-op. My favorite two-player co-op was Modern Warfare Spec Ops.
I loved that.
Yes, preach.
I played that with my brother. He was in Alabama. I was in San Diego. And there's a moment where he's in the helicopter and I'm in the suburbs on the ground, and it was awesome. It was, and I don't know if
the AC-130.
Are they still doing that? Is there Spec Ops in the new one?
No. So when Modern Warfare got re-released for PS4 and Xbox One, so on and so forth, they didn't have Spec Ops in it, and people were wondering why. But they said no, it's not going to be in it. And I tell you, man, two-player co-op when it's done really well, like imaginative.
Oh yeah.
Like I love moments like that where like you can communicate with a random player or with a close friend. But my case in point is two-player co-op games. I think there should be a lot of two-player co-op games. I think there should be a lot of studios, big studios, small studios exploring that front. And sometimes it could be hit or miss. Like I think God of War Ascension had a co-op, but the problem was like the camera couldn't be controlled. So each player had to be had to be in the same area.
It had a single player co-op, or it had competitive. I don't think there was a co-op.
I think it was like a competitive co-op. Yeah, you're right.
It was like Smash Bros. But
it was kind of
I hear
weird,
you. I love that shit, Fabu. I think there's always the danger publishers worry about. Well, what if you don't have anyone to play with? Like not Days Gone. It Takes Two does not have AI in terms of it. You can't play it single player. And so that's a risk that EA or Originals took, but I think that's probably the danger people.
Or like Unravel or Ravel, that was a fun. But I would love to hear your pitch and chat's pitch, like a really cool two-player call. But yeah, awesome interview, man.
All right, man. Thank you so much.
Great job. I can't wait to see more.
We'll talk soon. Thanks, man. All right, this is the Egna? I don't know what happens with you guys in names. My name is literally Adrian.
It's the Trenya, the Frenya. Call me whatever you want. I'm fine with that, Mr. Jaffe.
Okay, go.
I'm kind of. But first off, it's nice to meet you. Like, it's a pleasure to meet one of my favorite creators that made some of my favorite games. Also,
it's nice to meet you, and thank you for watching. And on behalf of all the people who made those games with me, you're welcome. Thanks for playing our stuff, man.
Yeah, but my question was also it was a very good interview. I'm now more curious to play Days Gone since now they have it seems to have a big fan base that really wanted a sequel. Now I'm kind of interested in it. But my question was that I'm trying to make a script about some characters, and sorry, it's kind of awkward for me.
Don't worry about it.
My question was that I'm trying to have quips, to have funny dialogue, to have not necessarily funny but charismatic. That the lines comes natural, but also kind of taunting. I don't know if I'm expressing myself very well, or
yeah, I mean, like Falcon and Winter Soldier or buddy cop movies, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, that kind of stuff, similar. Okay. And I don't know, and I know that you have some experience with writing with games, and you talk with writers, and you have a lot of experience. So, sorry, I'm not very good. I'm not American on England.
You speak 2 languages. That is impressive. Don't apologize. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Do you have any suggestion, like some tips, some helps for this kind of dialogue that can help me and others?
I absolutely do not. I don't consider myself a writer. That is, Corey might be a good guy to ask. If I can get Corey to come on the show. I'm sure PR right now is like, don't you fucking answer his email, Corey. But because, I mean, I think there were some good quips and some really great moments that were just felt very natural and off the cuff in the new God of War. But I don't have like a go-to answer. So my answer is I don't know. It is a great question a writer would ask, and I wish you luck, and I thank you for playing our stuff, but I have no fucking idea.
Well, thank you for the answer, and thank you for everything.
All right. Call back anytime. It's good to talk to you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you again, Mr. Jaffe.
Thank you, man. I don't know why I wished him good luck. What is he doing? Going into a war? I don't know what the fuck he's doing. All right, this is Tostado. Go. Tostado. Where you been all my life? Come on now. All right, you're going back into the hold tank, motherfucker. You're still on. I'm going to bring in Slayer. I think I talked to Slayer the other day. What's up, Slayer?
Hey, Jaffe. What's going on with your big brother?
Well, I'm doing a stream. What's up with you?
Not much. I thought the interview you did today was really, really awesome.
Oh, I'm so glad. I was so worried about it. It was not boring?
No, it wasn't boring, and I
don't think Jeff was boring. I just wanted to make sure I got all the questions and shit. Okay, so go ahead, though. Sorry.
No, you.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's just 2 people talking.
That's poetic.
Hello?
I'm here. Let's go. What's up?
All right. So what I wanted to talk to you about really quickly, make it quick. What I liked about the interview was that you touched on all of the questions that I think a lot of people had. And it was good to hear Jeff also clear up some of what we read in the article. And my takeaway overall is that what we're looking at is a Sony that really has to efficiently, and I'm saying this word efficiently, both creatively and financially figure out what is the best way to maximize what they have capability-wise with their teams and to create the content that many gamers who are PlayStation gamers and people who love single-player action games are into. And that's the only thing that I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, they really do, Slayer. They I mean, I don't know if they do, but it seems like they have a very interesting challenge in front of them because they've almost boxed themselves or painted themselves into a corner because they've nurtured and grown a fan base that is demanding on production value, which is incredibly expensive and is getting more expensive. But at the same time, that same fan base has fallen in love with their intellectual properties and their risk taking. And the very nature of where the business is now financially, I think what you're seeing is a company that's like, okay, we're going to keep trying to do both, is what Jeff is saying. But at the same time, he is saying that Jason Schreier's article was absolutely true, which is it is also a company that is having to go, this shit's getting really expensive and it's coming at the cost. One of the costs it's coming at is sort of a mentality that says only blockbusters. And that's very different than what I think a lot of PlayStation fans want. They want some of the weird shit. So the fact that Kojima is talking to Microsoft seriously, according to the rumors, tells you all you need to know. That Sony would say, thank you, but no thank you, Hideo Kojima. That's not the Sony a lot of people came up with. And that's okay, because maybe they can't afford to be that anymore. But I think fans are hoping they don't become this very conservative blockbuster EA company that no longer is the Sony that they have fallen in love with, because that would hurt a lot of people, I think.
And I think this is where I agree with you when you said that the PR side is where I think Sony needs to get out in front. Like, I get that they're playing a little bit of possum or defense, but I think to assuage a lot of their fan base's fears, because the generation just started, get out in front, have a conversation.
Let me tell you something right now. And I'm going somewhere with this. I would never leak information that is personal. I would never leak information that is what a team is working on. Trust me, I know all kinds of things that you guys would love to know about certain games happening at Sony, and I haven't said shit, and I never would. But I will tell you this. I know for a fact, and I've heard this from two sources at two different divisions in Sony in different parts of the country. Okay, so this is not some pissed off guy or pissed off girl that worked at Sony 5 years ago. These guys and this one girl are there now, and they're at different parts of the country. Sony is not responding to the Jason Schreier article. They are not going to get out. They are not going to say shit. They have decided to say nothing. And again, I don't know if it matters, but as a fan, it sucks. But that may still be the right decision. But you're not going to hear them respond to any of this shit, at least unless they change their minds. So,
Well, I gotta go to the supermarket and get macaroni. Thanks for the call. I appreciate you.
I don't need your life story unless you're gonna pick up some macaroni for me. Have a good day, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I'll send you a slice of macaroni and cheese one day.
Sounds good.
Bye.
All right.
See you later.
Yeah, that'll travel well in the mail, I'm sure. Okay, Tostada. I think you're there, but I can't hear you. Are you there? Tostada. I'm going to bring on Wraithburger while we're waiting. Wraithburger, are you there?
Hello from England, David.
How are you, sir?
I'm all right, thank you very much. I really enjoyed the interview. I wanted to say thank you very much for that.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm glad you liked it.
With your permission, there's something I wanted to say to you personally, and then I wanted to talk a bit more about what we've talked about tonight, a bit more relevant, if that's okay.
Yeah, go. What do you want to talk about?
First of all, you probably won't remember, but we have actually spoken before. Back in 2011. Do you want me to let this guy go first? I don't mind.
I don't hear anybody else. I just hear you.
I can hear the other guy talking over me.
I just got rid of him. I didn't get rid of him, but I muted him. Is that better?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude to him. I know he's got problems so.
Oh, no.
Yeah, back in 2011, I was studying games design at a local university, and I was going through a very difficult time in my life. I was struggling with my studies, learning Unreal Engine 3, Unreal Script, C++, 3D modeling, the whole shebang to be a games designer were really, really tough. I was dealing with depression at the time. I was on tablets and stuff, and my dad had cancer. And
oh my God, dude, that's right.
he survived, but I was struggling so much with my studies. My tutor was a guy called Paul Hallbart, who used to work at Telltale Games and Traveller's Tales, and consistently he was like, look, there's so many students on this course, I can't devote all my time to you. And I reached out to all these different people in the industry, and you might get a nice response and stuff like that, but no one ever followed it up. And then I reached out to you on Twitter, and you were kind enough to let me have an hour of your time, and we talked on Skype. We talked a bit about like Twisted Metal, some of my ideas for games design and stuff like that. So, what I'm really trying to say in a sentence is, at a very difficult time in my life, nobody else even gave me the time of day. And the fact that you went out of your way to do that, it genuinely and really meant a lot to me. So, thank you for that.
Well, you'd like to make me cry, sir. I kind of remember that, or I remember doing that, but I don't remember the specifics. Well, let me address that real quick. Number one, most importantly, I'm glad you've pulled up out of the nosedive. I'm glad I was able to contribute in a small way to helping you see there are other options out in the world. What I will tell you is this: you probably won't be. I have depression of various degrees in my family, so I have seen it. I have seen it almost take someone down, and thank God it didn't. It is not. It is a beast of a motherfucker, and I'm glad you're still here, and I'm glad you pushed through. And I don't know if you found medicine or therapy or a blend, but I get a lot of people watching this show that will hit me up and say, I don't know, hey, I'm struggling with this. And so I love that you can call in and share that, because, it's nice for people to share the success part of it, because there is hope. And I have seen it, man. I saw it with somebody in my family that a lot of us didn't think he was going to make it. And he's not only here now, but he's thriving, because he ultimately found the right mental cocktail, so, but thank you for sharing that. It's an absolute, heartwarming thing to hear. I love hearing that. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're here. What did you want to talk about specifically as it relates to Jeff Ross?
I wanted to talk a little about like the Jason Schreier stuff and how that sort of ties back around to Days Gone. So I'll try and surmise it. I realise that your time is precious.
Okay.
I mean, I come from sort of a reasonably, I won't say poor family as in like poverty, but my mum and dad couldn't afford much when I was a little boy. So when I got my first PlayStation, I had like 2 games to play, and that was until like the next Christmas, because money was tight. And I had a demo with Twisted Metal, played the hell out of that. Just got to throw that out there. I love that game.
Right, nice.
But I sort of stuck with the Sony ecosystem for years and years and years. I couldn't afford another console, and to me, PlayStation embodied everything. As I grew up, I tried PC gaming, different consoles and stuff. Had some great experiences in places, but always found my home at PlayStation. And I've got to say, after reading Jason Schreier's article and some of the stuff in there, some might accuse me of doom posting or being depressing or whatever, but I can genuinely see a change in that organization that as a fan, and what you said in the last response, as a fan, and my thoughts and feelings as someone who's been there since like the PlayStation was a thing, I'm not very comfortable with the direction they're going. I feel a bit of that sort of 2006 Sony arrogance, that they call it Sony arrogance, but if you know what I mean, that kind of decision-making process. I felt that Sony were absolutely flying when you had the team of Sean Layden, Andrew Howe, Shuhei Yoshida, Adam Boyes, Gio Corsi, Isaac Kizilbash. There was a fantastic team who were making these great games and deals, and they were making these wonderful statements like, we love gamers, we're going to give you what you want. It doesn't matter if this game is a huge success, we're going to give it to you because that's what you asked for us to do. You had the big experiences, the small ones, and I love that to bits. But if I look at like the company and where it's going and stuff like that, sort of like from 2018, everything started to change. They stopped going to conferences. They stopped E3. They stopped PSX. They stopped having any conferences at Gamecom or in Europe. Sean Layden left with no real explanation. Just thanks for working here. See you in a bit, fella. There's been so many changes in staff.
Let me just tell you something. This is some inside dirt that just don't tell anyone. There are some people that laid the bricks, and I mean the motherfucking foundation, because the person I'm thinking of was there before it was even Sony ImageSoft. Okay.
Bloody hell.
And
Back in the PC days.
He contributed all the way from there to all the games I worked on, to a bunch of games I had nothing to do with. And that the story I heard is that he got a phone call literally, and I'm not going to say the guy's name, but kind of up towards the top of the food chain at Sony or PlayStation. And all it was, okay, hey, your last day's Friday. That was it. Right? So, I mean, business is cutthroat, but there's a point where you respect why you're even sitting in a goddamn office with power, is a lot of these motherfuckers who laid that foundation. So let me just respond briefly, because I've had for this week and all the stuff that's happened with Sony in terms of in the press and them not responding, I have had a interesting relationship with this idea of fanboys in video games, and that for a long time, and I'm still this way, I don't really believe in console wars. I think they're silly. It's dumb. I'm a gamer. Okay. But what I will say is, what my eyes have been open to this week is the emotional connection that a brand, and specifically like PlayStation, has built. And some of it has been genuine, and I'm sure some of it has been performative and calculated, and it's probably a blend. Right? These aren't stupid companies. They know the value of brand loyalty. And sometimes it's just genuine. When Shuhei talks, he's honest. He loves games. When Rhodey talks, he's honest. He loves games. But to see how upset a lot of PlayStation fans are about what they perceive the company is doing, and then to see how little Sony seems, I don't think this is true, but it's how the optics are coming across, how little they seem to care about addressing that fan base. I don't know if it will hit their bottom line. I don't know if they've run the numbers and said, you know what, Jaffe, it's a tempest in a teapot. They're a vocal minority. The number of people we're going to gain by doing what we're doing dwarfs the tiny percentage of people whose hearts will break because we're no longer the Sony that they love. But that said, though, it is a real thing. It is a real thing, that connection that they had built with players, and whether or not that gets addressed or not, or that matters to their bottom line or not, they're in danger of losing it. Now they may not care, but all you have to do is look at the internet and know that PlayStation fans, for whatever it's worth, and again, I'm not saying it's worth anything or everything, I don't know, but for whatever it's worth, Sony is risking losing that goodwill because their PR is doing playbooks from like 2012 where just don't respond. Just don't say anything. Let the games speak for themselves. It's like, motherfucker, it's 2021. People are used to at least the perception of transparency and connection with these brands. You motherfuckers built that or helped build that. And now you're like, oh, let's go in the shadows because we don't want to talk about anything. That's not the Sony people want. Sorry.
Yeah, and you know, as a person, I'm a very passionate person. It's why I got into games design. I love certain things. I identify with certain things, and you know, it's part of me as a person. You know, my journey with PlayStation is one of the biggest things. If you can look at my camera right now, there's like 500 PS1 games in there, not including everything else I've got in the house. But you know, to sort of circle back round to Days Gone, because I know I've sort of went off on a tangent as such. But you know, the perception is that. With the business changes based on the people in charge. We know who's in charge now, that there's been different changes in leadership and whatnot. And it just feels like these decisions that they're making, they don't really make much sense. You know, there's been a bit of a disregard.
Give me an example of one that you've heard. Let's just take one, then I got to get to another call. But give me an example of one that doesn't make much sense. Because I don't know if I would agree with that, but give me an example.
I'd go as far as saying the idea is sort of saying, you know, we're not going to make Days Gone 2 and you guys are going to support Naughty Dog. You know, I mean, the sales figures that came out said that Days Gone sold just as well as Ghost of Tsushima, and they're now looking at putting it on PC.
Okay, so let me speak to that. So first off, I haven't seen those figures. I've seen the rumors that the Days Gone sold 5 million. I don't know if Ghost. I know Ghost Ghost probably is at 7 million. And the way I know that is if you look at the last 12 months, or you look at the game sales of 2020, Ghost sits directly under Last of Us Part 2 in terms of sales for all games. And Sony isn't giving those numbers out, but what you are getting is the number below that game and the number above that game, which is AC Valhalla. And you can calculate the Valhalla numbers, and I forget what they were, but you can calculate the number below Days Gone. So I can tell you that Ghost is probably a little more based on that, which I think Ghost is like 7. But I also think that Ghost was a hit all over the world. I think Days Gone was probably a hit. Like, people talk about it being big in Japan. Like, it was hits. It wasn't totally regional, but I think it was a bit more of a hit in maybe a market that Sony looks at and says, I don't. So my point is, I don't think Sony's going to sit there and go, we're morons. I think they're running the numbers and going. And again, you heard Jeff. Maybe Days Gone 2 is happening, but if it's not, I don't think it's because Sony's like, oh, what do you mean people like it? We didn't know about that. I think they probably are like, look, this shit's super expensive, and 5 million in sales 4 years ago ain't what it used to be, given that the budgets keep going up. I mean, think about that for a minute. Think about, there was a time when we had to look at we used to remember the people got sad, and I'm sad too, because that's where I ate lunch. The AA game, which is what I love to play and love to make, those games got killed because it all became AAA. Well, now we're at a time where, argumentatively speaking, you could argue relatively well that Days Gone, based on how it's sold, is a AAA game. And certainly Part 2 would be a AAA game. And what Sony seems to be saying is that's not enough anymore, right? It's got to be quadruple A. If you can't do God of War numbers, if you can't do Last of Us numbers, if you can't do Ghost numbers, you can't play. Not at least in our neck of the woods. So it's interesting, but again, my issue is not that Sony's making those decisions. I think most people, if they had the data Jim Ryan and Herman Holtz had, might seriously consider those decisions as well. My issue is they're not handling it very well. This, to me, it's the equivalent of, look, I'm divorced. Okay. When my wife, my ex, and I got divorced, we're still great friends, but we busted our asses to make sure our kids were okay. We still co-parent. We're having dinner together tonight. My kids, I ask my kids now, they're like, we don't care, right? It never was that. That's the way Sony should be handling this. But instead, it's kind of like, mom and dad are getting divorced. Where do you want to live? We don't care. Like, there's no sense of compassion on the part of the fans that they have nurtured all these years. And that's, I think, the shitty part. Not the fact they're making these calls, but the fact that Schreier comes out with an article that sets the internet on fire, and we're not going to say anything. Fuck it. Well, you need to say something, because your fans are out here starting to look over at Phil Spencer's place and going, he seems to care about us. You guys don't. So anyway, buddy, thank you for the anecdote. Thank you for the call. I'll talk to you anytime. Call back, bud.
Cheers, man. Thanks,
right.
David.
You as well, sir. All right, let me bring in Hunter. Hunter, what's up?
Yeah, is my mic good?
What's up? I can hear you great.
Oh, hey. Brain's from Canada.
You're in Canada, nice. All right, what's going on?
Yeah. I was just wondering. I was gonna ask a question to Jeff before, but I was gonna wonder like what his influence on was to make a game like Days Gone.
Okay, you know what? He is going to come back on, it sounds like, and talk nuts and bolts game design. And I'm also hoping very much that John Garvin comes on. So I will make sure we get to answer that question, but I can't answer it, obviously. But we'll have you back. Thanks, Hunter.
Okay.
All right, man. All right, this is the second to last call. Ricardo, you'll be our last call. This is Karangi. Karangi, what's up?
Hello?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, we already spoke before.
Oh, are you
I
on?
can speak to you again?
No. I guess you didn't get disconnected. All right, thanks, bud. All right, this is Ricardo, our last call of the day. Then I got a few super chats to get. Ricardo, what's up, man?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. I'm tired, but good.
Yeah. So listen, excellent interview. I'm really impressed how well you conduct interviews.
Thank you.
And I'm really impressed about how you are as a person, as a creative, as a
I'm not gonna fuck you.
A streamer.
I will not fuck you.
Come on, man. But I was watching the interview and I remember the quote that I think a quote from Hunter Thompson that I think perfectly represents you.
Okay.
That is, there he goes, one of God's own prototypes, a high-powered mutant of some kind, never even considered for mass production, too weird to live and too rare to die.
You goddamn right.
And I think
you goddamn right.
It totally fits, man.
I appreciate
so that's it, man. Continue the work, man.
It's very kind, and thank you for being part of our community, and thank you so much for all the support you show the show. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, man.
All right, see you
Take
soon.
care.
All right. I got two more, and I can't say no to you guys. Dreamwalker, go. Dreamwalker. All right. Alex, go.
Hi, Efe. Regarding the very small, innovative niche games.
Yes.
In PS3 and PS4, Sony handled them mostly as second-party full exclusives.
Okay.
And recently, seems they moved it to third-party indie timed console exclusives under Yoshida's umbrella. The question is, do you think it's a win-win for Sony, devs, and players?
Do I think it's a win-win in terms of indie games?
No, for Sony. I think for Sony is a cheaper cost and less risk. So with the same money, they get more games.
You're talking about cheaper games, indie games.
Yeah, the small games, innovative games.
Yeah, the tricky...
all these ones that are too small for first party Sony.
Oh, you're saying what? Give those to Shuhei and make indie games?
Yeah, I mean that in the past, games like Journey or these small Japanese games that were second party.
Yeah. I would look. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm going to answer.
Now they are third party, timed exclusives instead of being second party full exclusives.
Okay, I will answer your question.
So
thank you, Alex. I'm going to answer it right now.
Yeah.
Thanks, bud. So here's what I'd say to that real quick. Look, I don't know if Shuhei actually has a budget where it's like he gets to go finance 20 games a year, or if his job is more like Gio's old job where it's less about, they had some money, but it was more about finding indies and giving them the support they could, but they weren't really a development team. They were more of like a publishing liaison to indies to sort of bring people on. Shu in indies is a match made in heaven. I would love to see somebody go to Shu and say, I'd love to see Shu get the mobile company that just opened up at Sony, but I would love to see somebody go to Shu and say, you're going to take over PlayStation Boutique, whatever we call it. And your budgets can't go higher than 12 million, but we want the quirky shit from you. We want the stuff that's heartfelt and unique and that's not big enough to merit the kind of $200 million budgets, but is good. If nothing else, it's good for the brand and also serves as a farm league that might yield kind of like what Jeff was saying, sort of the seeds for what could become the next big thing. I'm down with that. Dreamwalker, are you there?
Hey, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, go. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, my mic was not working.
No worries, buddy.
Time.
Not a problem. What's up?
Yeah. Well, first off, you did a great job with the interview. You actually nailed it, and for us was a great interview as well.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was so nice to talk to us that long. I love that.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting it to be this good.
Cool.
But I just, wanted to. You didn't check the YouTube chat, did you?
No, because when I do interviews like this, I have to give and I want to give the subject all of my attention, and then it goes.
No, that's absolutely right.
But anytime if you come to a normal,
no, I just want.
Yeah, if you come to a Gavin and Games normal, it's very interactive. The chat is always part of the show. But anyway, what about what was happening in the chat?
No, because here's the thing, there was actually a kind of development in the middle of the interview, and the chat was going crazy. So actually, Jason Schreier had a comment on Reset Era.
Oh, what about?
Which basically, yeah, about the interview and Jeff Ross. He basically said that he is lying and he's naive. And I have the picture here, but I don't think I can send it to Discord.
Yeah, you can.
But he's also.
I want it. Send it. I want to put it on the show right now.
I mean. Yeah, well, I did it once. I think it got
I'm
deleted,
going to
but
send you
I'll
a
do it
message.
again.
I'm going to send you a message. Now you have a private message for me. Put it there. Are you there?
Wait, where is the? I just sent it in the general chat.
Let me get it
Can
there.
you see it
Yeah,
there?
hang on, let me get it there. So Schreier said he was lying?
He said he's not telling the truth. I mean, I don't want to misquote anybody.
All right, let me see. Here we go.
Did you see the?
I mean, I was
also said something on Twitter.
Oh man.
And I don't know. I just felt bad because Jeff Ross was like complimenting.
Here we go.
His credibility and everything.
All right, well let's go to it right now. I think we can all see it. Jason Schreier, you old so and so. Let's see what he's got to say. Although Schreier blocked
the general chat.
Okay, it's really tiny. I haven't watched the
He
video.
blocked you?
Well, he blocked
He blocks
me.
everybody.
Yeah, you know what a dick. Okay, let me bring this up.
He blocked me, and I even had any interactions with him.
Okay,
and
wait,
one
wait,
thing,
wait,
like
hang on,
some of the things that Jeff.
Wait.
Okay.
I haven't watched the video, says
Okay, go ahead.
Jason Schreier, but if Jeff Ross said Days Gone 2 was in production when he left, he's not telling the truth. He did not say that, Jason Schreier, so he's not saying you're a liar. And if he said the bin was...
I think it did.
He did not say it was not or it was. He said he was very careful to make it very clear that he was not going to be the one to reveal the status of Days Gone 2. What he said was, and this is the danger of stuff like this, is people are fucking morons. They'll hear one thing and they'll take something that they want to hear and not really parse the language. Jeff Ross made it very clear, because I'm telling you, Jeff Ross gave props to Jason Schreier's article. And Jeff Ross said the article was accurate.
That's why I brought this up.
But what he said, though, he's like, I'm not going to tell you the status of Days Gone 2. What he would say was that the idea that the obituary for Days Gone 2, meaning you will never see it, that is something that you probably shouldn't bet your mortgage on, because it's possible. Like maybe what I read from that is if Bend, Oregon does a good job helping Naughty Dog out with Last of Us remake and or this multiplayer thing, they have been promised they will get to make Days Gone 2, right? There's a lot of wiggle room Jeff left himself, and in doing so, A, he was a good, respectable professional, and B, it's not his place to share whether Days Gone 2 is in production or not. But I think he gave us a lot of good information.
Exactly.
Okay, let me keep going. If he said Ben was never going to become a Naughty Dog support studio, he never said never. Well, he did say, yeah, okay. He was making an overstatement about decisions that were made over his head. Besides, have none of you ever worked at companies where management said some corporate shenanigans would never happen, and of course they inevitably happen? You people can be so naive. Oh, look at Jason Schreier. We've cut him. Someone at Naughty Dog told me a couple of weeks ago they already half jokingly refer to Bend as Naughty Dog North. Would that actually happen? I have no idea, neither does Jeff Ross. And please go away with the Sony Defense Force console war bullshit. It's so transparent. Jason, look. Let me speak directly to
Jeffy, can I say something?
No, let me talk to Jason first. Let me talk to Jason first.
Okay, go ahead.
Jason Schreier, if you're going to put out an incendiary article like you did, people are going to talk. And people are going to push back, okay? Don't get your fucking knickers in a twist and your panties in a bunch, baby, because some people are saying you're wrong. I don't know. That's why I brought him on the show. He was diplomatic. He was professional. He also gave you a compliment and said your goddamn shit was good. So settle the fuck down. Go write another book, you fucker. All right, what's up, buddy? What's up? What's your other thing you want to talk about?
I mean, everybody wants to see your reply and your reaction, but
there it is.
I brought this up because I saw that comment, and to me it just comes off as childish. Can you see what I mean?
You mean Jason's comment?
Yeah, Jason's comment is just childish, and I don't see any respect in this comment, and I felt bad because Jeff Ross, he actually complimented Jason Schreier.
He did.
But then he talks like this. Yeah. And the things, and the thing that the first line, what Jason Schreier is doing, he's just putting an if in the beginning of the sentence. So if I have to go back and watch the video, but to my understanding, like he said something else. Like
well,
he
listen,
contradicted
Jeff Ross
said.
literally just tweeted this. Thanks to everyone who attended the podcast with Jaffe. I wish I could have been more forthright with some questions. Just remember, Schreier is a journalist who takes his craft seriously, and he has the luxury of being able to be more honest than I am allowed. Right. So again, absolutely. So again, Jeff, and I don't think anybody could look at the article or the interview with Jeff and say he lied. What you can say is he danced around things as a goddamn grown adult who cares, who isn't suffering from, apathy like I am. And I'm not really suffering from it. I just genuinely don't care anymore. But in that though, he's inviting you to read between some of his lines. And I will say this, if you walked away from the Jeff Ross interview and you think there is not inner turmoil happening at Sony and there is not political infighting happening, then you're a goddamn moron. It doesn't mean Sony's in trouble. Sony's in trouble, in my opinion, because they won't get the goddamn PR game together and get out there and take care of their fans that they've spent 2 decades cultivating. But, that's what I would say. Is the stream still on? It says the stream's... Oh, that's Jeff's thing. Okay, my picture may be gone, but I'm still here. This is now a radio show. Okay, anyway, buddy, thank you, Dream. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. Thanks, man. Okay, last two. Sorry, I can't say no. It's like chocolate chips. Nib, go.
Hiya, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. What's up?
Yeah. I was just going to say, I don't doubt for a second Jason's report. But I've heard a lot sort of about Sony taking care of the fans and, are they going to get ahead of this and all of this kind of thing.
Yes, that's
but as a multi-platform gamer, I think obviously in the background there's always going to be business antics, politics, etc.
That's right.
But I think, but as gamers, we have to look at the product, right? So the way I look at it is the launch of the PS5. I bought the Series X, PS5 together.
Wait, one sec.
Yep.
I'm streaming. Hello. Calvin says hello. Calvin says hello, Nib.
Hiya, Calvin.
He's
You're right,
British. Ew. He doesn't like the British. He's kidding. Okay, keep going. You can close it. That's good. Thanks, bud.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is, I would say, first and foremost, when we're talking about sort of taking care of gamers,
yes,
we should look at the games, right? So I bought the system, and there's a diversity of games there: Astro's Playroom and Sackboy and Miles Morales and Demon Souls.
Yep.
And then they came off a really strong 2020. So even though I'm not suggesting that they don't have inner turmoil, maybe they're shifting things around because they need budgeting or whatever it may be. But surely, when we say taking care of the fan, we should first and foremost be looking at the actual games, the system, the hardware. And in that respect, can we really say, irrespective of the politics that's going on behind this, as fans, are we not getting the kind of product and the games, the systems, or whatever?
Right. But you're talking about, or we're talking about two different things. Hang on one sec.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for a while. My kids are like, "Where's my fucking father?" So here we're talking about two different things. The first thing is, yes, there is no doubt. I mean, unless Sony's output, PlayStation's output, begins to suffer because the lack of diversity and creativity that some people are accusing Jim Ryan of cultivating, then that's a real problem. But you're right, we're not seeing that at the moment. But I think what we're talking about, though, is, we're talking more about the psychology behind brand loyalty. And again, Sony may be looking at that and going, that doesn't matter to us so much. It's nice when people love Iwata. It's from Nintendo when he was around. It was nice when people thought Shuhei was so cute and funny and clever and intelligent. But end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And that's okay. There may be business numbers to back that up. But right now,
for example,
right now though, Sony is not taking care of that fan base the way they want to be taken care of, and that may be totally fine with Sony. But whatever the risk
think,
is, if anything.
the other caller you had on earlier,
the what?
He was sort of he was a bit annoyed that Days Gone 2 was cancelled. That was one of his examples of Sony not taking care. But the thing is, now we know from the Jason article that maybe for whatever reason Sony didn't really like Days Gone. It could have been sales, it could have been critical reception, whatever. But now we know that they're working on a new IP. So it's like, okay, maybe you don't get Days Gone 2, but we don't know what they're going to come out with. Sony has seen the pitch, obviously, but whatever Bend is working on now, it might be a superior product than a Days Gone 2. So I think there's some preemptive negativity almost before we've seen the product, if that makes sense. So it's fine to be disappointed that you're not getting the sequel.
The negativity, though, yes. All I'm saying is the same thing, which is the negativity exists, in my opinion, less about there not being a Days Gone 2 right now or ever, and more about Sony getting a bloody lip with MLB going to Game Pass day one, a bloody nose with the Xbox Kojima story, which we don't know if it's true, but there's stories out there that Jim Ryan literally told him no. A bloody, I don't know, teeth. I'm out of things to bloody. Because of Avengers launching and it not going to PS5, and then Jason Schreier's article. So they had a hell of a bad week. And when you've got PR saying we're not going to say anything, we're going to let the games speak for themselves, that's fine. But don't act surprised when the fans that you have through PSX, through Twitter, through your blog, through your interviews, over the years, treated them almost as if they were family. And whether that is true or performative, you have tried to curate that relationship with them. Don't be pissed or surprised that now they're coming back to you going, we don't like being treated this way.
Yeah. So when you say don't like being treated this way, presumably you're referring to them not getting on top of the messaging from
Bloomberg. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about.
So say it was, for example, obviously less, a theoretical situation. You're running PlayStation or so. So would you respond to every sort of these kind of articles from Bloomberg or where it's Polygon or whatever discussing sort of the internal mechanic?
Of course not. But would I go, hey fellas, we had a bad week and PR right now is saying don't say anything? I would absolutely put somebody who likes to be on camera, it doesn't seem like it's Jim Ryan, out there and say, fellas, this is business. We are still gamers. We still love what we're doing. We love what you're doing. We can't tell you everything yet. That's just the way it goes. It wouldn't be good for us. But hang on. But don't think that we don't look at the competition, and don't think that we don't agonize where to spend these budgets. And because you gamers demand the very best in games of production value and great acting and great performances and hiring the best people to make these things, the costs are going up. And we're okay with that, but it's harder to make decisions. To just say that so the fans know.
I mean, I think they could.
Yeah.
100%. I do think, in a way, like obviously with Microsoft, they're coming out with a massive value proposition in their products and Game Pass, and I do think even now, indirectly, it's had a ripple effect in value proposition for PlayStation consumers. We have the PS Plus collection. I don't know if Sony would have done that if Game Pass wasn't a thing.
They wouldn't. We're not talking about that though. We're talking about the fact that your fan base is starting to doubt. And you're not saying a goddamn thing. But I hear you. Nib, as always, good to see you. Good to talk to you. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you. You too.
All right, man. Oh, sorry, bud. I'm sorry to cut you off. These have to be really fast. Spartan Ghost, go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go fast. I don't mean to be a dick. I just
All right.
gotta get done.
Yeah, all right.
If
So,
it were up
first
to
question.
me, if it were up to me, I'd go another hour. But my kids are like, Papa, we need fucking food, dude.
Okay. So would you say that this whole situation is about one side feeling like, quote, they're losing? And secondly, I think that Jim Ryan is a good CEO because he's actually doing moves that are evolving the brand, and fans are kind of stuck with this guy because on one hand is making them a lot of money, but on the other side, he is making said money involves moving away from what PlayStation was.
Yes.
And I think that fans are kind of feeling like, okay, from a nostalgia standpoint, this is not the brand I used to know, but it's also kind of fans' fault because they didn't support AA games.
That's
they
right.
kept clamoring for these AAA
yes,
games.
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. There's no doubt that the fans' demands. I mean, it's symbiotic. It's codependent because Sony said, unlike Nintendo, or unlike the guys who make Among Us or Roblox or Fortnite, they have buttered their bread on the side of the bread that says one of our key pillars to our success is production value. And production value costs a lot of fucking money, and it ain't going in the opposite direction. Okay, so Sony's responsible for it. The fans are responsible. But, they're customers. They can't blame the customer for liking what they get served. But ultimately, though, Sony finds itself in this situation. And so what I think is happening is, like I said, is that, I think Jim Ryan, I don't know if Jim Ryan's a good CEO or not, because in my opinion, Game Pass is a game changer. And if Sony doesn't respond to that in a meaningful way, then I think it shows Jim Ryan is living in an old era of sales. But if he responds to it, he's making them tons of money right now. I think I would like to see the fans treated better. And there's one thing that's going to happen, or one or two things is going to happen with Sony, with their fans. One is Sony's going to get their shit together and they're going to keep their fans. Or like what happened with Apple, what happens with lots of big companies, the fans are going to be going, you're not treating us the way we like, and we'll find someone else. It absolutely happened with Apple. So I think that's where we're at. All right, I think we lost you, but thanks, man. All right, that's all of the calls. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the final super chats, and then we're going to wrap it up. There are some new super chats, and of course I want to give them my respect. Thank you guys for that. Okay. Hang on. Let me see where we left off. I know the camera's off, though, by the way, because it was a Zoom meeting and it ended. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Drowned by Fire says, so will you get creative freedom at Sony and all that? It seems pretty cut and dry. Sony is still Sony, just cutting the fat like always. I don't think the fact that Jeff Ross literally tweeted, he said twice now. I mean, he has said twice now, you guys. He has said, the article is right. Jason Schreier's a good reporter. And then he just tweeted, I can't be as honest as Jason. I have to dance around things. And he reaffirmed that Jason is right. So, Jeff's not saying I'm a liar, but Jeff is saying I have to basically... I have to be a certain person in order to pay my bills, just like Jeff is, just like Jason is. So just be aware of that. But I appreciate the super chat. Somebody 89 says the fact that Ross is under NDA defeats his opinion. I mean, it doesn't defeat it. It just requires you to be a little more intelligent and suspicious when reading it. I don't think Jeff lied one bit. If you go back through it, I don't think you'll find a lie. Sony's not responding, says MUI, tells me they are extremely confident in what they have in the works. Am I wrong for thinking that? No. It tells you one of two things or both. It tells you they're extremely confident in what they have in the works, Or it tells you that while it's nice to have the hardcore online Tempest in a Teacup fans, they would rather not say anything, and they think, looking at the numbers and looking at their PR philosophy, there is more value in not saying anything than there is in risking losing that vocal minority of fans. I don't know what the answer is to that. Dick Jones, I love that. That's the RoboCop guy. Sony are right to ignore Jason's article. The PS5 is selling out. Why blow your load when you literally can't meet demand? Xbox needs to rely on good news to sell. Sony doesn't yet. I don't think they have to give good news. I think they just should be saying, we hear you, we get it, we're coming. I just think, there's a great movie called The American President, okay? It's written by one of the best screenwriters who made The West Wing, Aaron Sorkin. In The American President, Michael Douglas plays the president, and he dates this woman. He's a widower, and she's single. And the Republican candidate finds out, who's trying to get Michael Douglas's job, finds out that they're sleeping together, and she stayed over at the White House. And so he starts going on talking about how she's a slut, and the president's not very good, upstanding guy, blah, blah, blah. And the president keeps going, Michael Douglas keeps going, I'm above that. I'm not going to say anything. It doesn't merit a response. It's not worth a response. Well, sure enough, that may be true nobly, but the numbers start going down for Michael Douglas's character, right? Suddenly the polls are like, Jesus, he's a wimp. Why isn't he fighting back? Okay? And finally he realizes he has to say something. And people are like, oh, I fucking love this guy, right? All I'm saying is I don't think Sony's necessarily in trouble with their product, but it would be nice to have them step up to the goddamn podium and say, we hear you, we love you, we thank you for your support, and we're not ignoring you. That's all I'm fucking saying. Okay. Jojo D says, will there be a special stream in 2 days? Everybody wants yes. We respect your private life. I don't know what's in 2 days, Joe. I don't understand, Joe. Hit me up. I don't understand. You don't have to pay for it, obviously. Just hit me up in Discord. Crikey says there has to be a good reason why Tretton jumped ship during the PS4. And did you have a good relationship with him? I didn't know him. I don't know if I've ever spoken a word to him. I did like Sean Layden. I can tell you that Sean Layden, I don't think Sean Layden wanted to leave. I think there was political nonsense happening and Sean Layden got the shit into the stick. That's my take on it, but I don't have evidence to back that up. Ethan says, thank you, Ethan. Great show, Jaffe. Enjoyed the discussion. I enjoyed having the discussion. I enjoyed all you guys being here and talking with me and talking with Jeff. It's a lot of fun. I hope I'll see you back on the next stream. Thanks, fellas. Brown Devil, thank you. He says, it was fun, boys, claiming Jeff said that. Jeff responded to Jason on Twitter and cleared the air. Right, absolutely. Thank you, Brown Devil. I agree with you. Jägermeister comes in and says, Schreier blocked me on Twitter for pointing out he incited controversy on Reset Era before verifying the accuracy of what he responded to. Look, Jason Schreier or anybody on Twitter doesn't owe you an audience. Okay, so if that's the way he is, which is not good or bad, if that's the way he is, and he's just like, look, man, I don't need the headache. I got a baby, which he does. I'm busy. I don't fault the guy for that. But, he blocked me too. So what are you going to do? Okay, a second point, Jaffe says, Spartan Ghost, do you think Game Pass will eat Sony's third-party exclusivity deals since the studios soon won't afford dodging Game Pass? I don't know. What I can tell you right now is you can walk into a GameStop or a Best Buy or whatever and get a game and go, Outriders free, MLB is going to be free unless they also make it free on, I know it's not free, shut up, unless they also make it free on PlayStation Now. What's the other one that just dropped, the day one? There's another one that you can get. Dirt isn't day one, but it's like month one. You got to spend anywhere from $25 to $60 to get a copy of Dirt unless you're playing it for free on Xbox. So it is going to get more and more and more examples of people going, that value, man, that value is hard to pass up. That's all I fucking know. Learn to Swim Fly says, Swimify. Excellent interview. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate the level-headed discussion. I don't mind what Sony is doing, but I wish they would speak up more. I am with you, sir. Fellas, we did it. And I hated to rush through those, but my kids are starving. I know you can't see me, but I can see you. Listen, I want to talk to you real quick. If you like the stream, you know, I appreciate if you give us a like, if you give us a follow, if you want to. If you don't like it, don't fucking do it. But if you like it and you want to see more of this, hit the notification bell. Do not hit the personal notification bell. That'll fuck you up. X Motorstorm devs made Dirt 5 wiki. Oh yeah, that game's great. So hit that if you want to see more. Think about joining the members. We have 3 different tiers, all the details all around. Or don't, but hang out with us. We're going to be doing Pot and Popcorn maybe tonight. I don't know. I'll let you know. But we will be back this week with all new streams, all new videos. And Rob the Mod, thank you so much, buddy, for being here today. I think Bukaki was here. Thank you, Bukaki. Thank you, RPG. Thank you for all the goddamn mods. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you to Jeff Ross. Everybody give Jeff Ross a big hug and a wet nasty kiss, because that guy didn't have to come on. A lot of people wanted to get Jeff Ross to talk, and he came and decided to talk to us. So I appreciate it. And all the people who are ads, Circus in the Sea, Day One Patch Kids. I hope you guys saw your ads today and you guys got a little bit of traction. If you didn't, go visit their shit. They make good shit. I am out.